login page. So let us come back here. So in here, after we have done the responsive part, now we need to start using it. So what I will do in this part horizontal, I'm gonna say responsive helper, the one that we created. So dot, we want to get is mobile. So here we need to say if it is mobile, we just say what, we pass the context like that. Then if it is mobile, we need to use what, app theme, or app theme dot, we want to get the spacing medium. If it is what, yeah, like that, then failure to that, we just do, we have it as 0. So this is the part for the padding. So the next thing that we need to do, so after padding, we want to show, let me show you something. Let me go to our view, so the interface. So here in the interface, you can see we have this class morphism. So in Flutter, we always get it from the class morphism package. So we need to install that. So we need to add it to our packages. So what you do, we're gonna open terminal here. So just say Flutter pub add class morphism. Okay, so like that. So when you add that, now we will use it to create that class morphism in our application. Okay, so let us wait for it to install. Yeah, as you can see, it has installed. So make sure you have it, and after making sure you have it, now we need to start working on that part. Okay, so if you can go to our pubspec.yaml file, so here we need to check if we have added the class morphism. As you can see, I'm using the version 3.00. so make sure you have it. So here, what we'll do in our padding, so we need a child. So here in the child, so child is a widget. So child like this. Then I want to close this one. So child here, we need to use our class morphism. So class morphic container. So it's a container we want from that. So we need to import it. So just come here and import it from the class morphism. So here, what we need, it is the width. So we need width first. So the width, we want to use the responsive helper. So responsive helper, the one that we created, as you remember. So here we need to get the if it is mobile, we want to check if it is mobile. If it is mobile, we need to say what, double dot infinity, and failure to that, we just show it to be 450, the width of the container. So then the height should be, we want it to be 600. So that is the height for our container. So glassmorphic container. Then border radius, so we need to have a border radius. So I want it to be 20. Then blur, to blur our so this one, it's a double, so let me put there. So we need to pass it to be 20 also. Then so blur radius, make sure it's 20 also, so like that. So after that, now we need to have the alignment. Okay, we want to align our container. So alignment here, we want to say bottom center. So alignment, So we do alignment dot, we want it to be bottom center. So then, but you can push it to where you want. So mine, I want it to be in the bottom center. Then we need to have colors. So what I need to do, not colors, we need to have a linear. First of all, we need to have a border. So the border size, we want it to be 2. So like that. Then we need to have a linear gradient, so to show the colors that are linear gradient. So linear gradient, this one. So this one, we need to have the colors. So this is a list of colors, so just pass our list here. So the first one we want, it is color. I want to use color. I want to say up colors. So up colors dot, we want to use the text up theme, not colors. So up theme dot, we want to get the, it is not supposed to be constant. So dot, we want to get the text color. So then we're gonna say text, want to use the text, want this primary, so this one. Then with alpha, we want to have a with alpha of 0.1. so this is with the opacity of 0.1%. So then we multiply by 255. So multiply by 255, then you round it, dot round, to make it a what? So round here, just round it like that. So this alpha, this is alpha, so make sure you pass it with alpha. So with alpha like that. So now we have the first color. So the next one that we want, it is the same color. So this one, the same. So what we do, Control C, then you come here, you can have a comma, then you put it this. So instead of 0.1, we need it to be 0.05. okay, so that is it. So after that, now we have the colors. So now we need to have where they stop. Okay, so here, as you can see, we have colors, the linear gradient. So we want it to know where it stops, this one. So here we need to set stops. So we want to set it's a constant list. So we want it to stop at 0.1 and 1. Okay, so like that. So that is our linear gradient. So the next thing that we need to have, it is the border gradient. So just come here outside the linear gradient. So we need to have our border gradient. So what I'll do, I'll just copy our linear gradient here, this one. So border gradient, just come here. When you copy that, make sure you paste it here. So when you paste it there, so what we need to change, it is what? These ones. So the opacity, so 0.5. Then here we need to have it 0.1. okay, so then after that, now we have it like this. So after doing that, the next thing that we need, it is the child for our class morphism. So here gonna say child. So child, here we're gonna say padding. So padding like this. So then we need to pass the padding here. We say edge insets dot all. Then we use the up theme dot spacing large. So like that. So then that's the child for our padding. So we're gonna say child. So child, here we want to do what? To say constant login. Okay, so we need our login form here. So just say login form. Okay, the one that we created. So just say login form. Okay, so like this, then we need to import it. So this one we had created earlier, but we didn't finish, so it is the one that we are going to finish. So after doing that, we need now to start working on the login form. So let us go to our login form and we start working on it. So in here, in our login form, so we need to continue working on it. So here, just want to have a gap, so that is sized box. So we're gonna use sized box here. So then we're gonna say we want to use the app theme. So we're gonna say app theme dot, we want to get the spacing large. So there's this one that we defined, so like this. So after doing that, now we have it. So the next thing that we need to do, so this is the height, so make sure you put it height here. So that is the height that we want. So what we need to do after this, just need to copy this one. So I want to copy this one, so Control C, then I'm gonna paste it here. So the reason why we are doing this, let me show you the part that we are working on. So let us go to our user interface. So as you can see in this image here, we have the stylish clothes, then we have the please fill in your unique, then we have the part for email address and the text, and we have this icon, we have this one, and we have this one. So these ones, then we have this button. So we need to work on that part. So let us go there and we continue working on it. So in here, as you can see, as you saw, we had this part for please fill what. So we're gonna say please fill. So please fill your what, fill in your unique what, your unique admin login details. So then below, so here what we need to have, it is not a heading large. Here we need to have a body medium. Okay, so just have a body medium like this. Then the color will be text secondary, not primary. So secondary, text secondary. So after that, now you have the spacing. So here, instead of having, so the text, we want it to be centered, so let it remain the same. Then here, instead of having spacing large, we need to multiply it by 1.5. okay, so just say multiply by 1.5 like that. Now we have that part. So after doing that, the next thing that we want to do, it is the part for the text field, where we have the label and also the text field. So this one, we're gonna put them in the column because we want them to be together in the same column. So here, the cross-axis alignment, the cross-axis alignment, we're gonna say cross-axis alignment dot start. Okay, so from there, the next, we want the children. So here in the children, we need the list of the children. So we say text, we want the text, the label, so we're gonna say email address. Okay, email address like this. Then we need to style it, gonna say style. So here in the style, we're gonna use the app theme. So app theme dot, we're gonna say app theme dot body medium, this one. Then we want a copy width, we want to change something in it. So here we want to change the font weight. So font weight, so this font weight, we're gonna say font weight dot, want it to be somehow bold. So font weight, we're gonna use weight 500, so like that. Then from there, now we need in the same column, we need to have what, we need to have now the gap between the text and the text field. So we need to say sized box, so sized box. So here we say height, so height, here we're gonna say app theme, so app theme dot spacing small. Okay, so this one. So after doing that, now we have the the gap there. Now we need to have the text form field. So our text form field, so this one will be used for passing our email. So we have the controller, so we're gonna use our controller that we defined for the email. So we're gonna say email controller. So then from there we need to have the keyboard type. So the keyboard type here, we want to say text input type. So text input type, so text input, so input type here. So we want the email address, so email address like that. So then we need to style it. So to style it, just say style. So here in the style we say what, app theme dot. So we need the body medium, so body medium like this. So then we need a copy width, so copy width. So then in the copy width we need to change the color. So the color here we need to say app theme dot. We want the text primary, so text primary, this one. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do now, we need to decorate our text field. Okay, so to decorate your text field, you just use what, just use the input decoration. So you do decoration, then you say input decoration, so this one. So here you just pass the hint text. We want the hint text. So the reason why we want the hint text, this one will be shown to the user what they need to type in that text field. So we just say enter your email. Okay, so here, so after doing that, now we need to do what, the next thing, that this is not hint style, this is hint text. So make sure it's hint text. So hint, just say hint text, this one. So then after that we need to have a prefix icon, so the icon that will start, so prefix icon. So this one we're gonna say icon. So then we're gonna say icons dot email outlined, so email outlined, so email outlined like that. Then the color, so the color here we want it to be app theme. So in the app theme, so we need to say app theme what, so make sure it's caps lock. So app theme, we needed to use app theme dot, so it is app theme dot, we need it to be text secondary, so text secondary, this one. So after that, now we have decorated our text field. So the next thing that we need to do, it is what, here we need to have the validator. So in our text field, so we have validator, so validator. So here in the validator, what you need to validate a certain value that you pass in your text field. Okay, so you just pass the value, name it like that, value. So here what we need to do, we need to check if our value, so the value that you're passing here, it's equal to null, or we need to check, so we need to check or what, we're gonna say or value it's empty. So if it is empty, or it is what, so this one should be in the brackets, so make sure you pass it well. So here we just do like this, if it is empty. So if it is empty here, or it is null, so we need to return, gonna say return. So return what, we are going to return, please, gonna tell the user, please enter your email. So this one like this, then we pass it the semicolon there. So then we need to check whether it is what, if it is a valid email. So if it is not the value that we pass here, the one that we are passing in this text field, we want to check if it contains what? It contains art. So if it contains art like this, then if it contains that, if it does not contain that, we need to return please. Okay, we tell them please do what? Please enter a valid email. So that is the part for checking whether it's a valid email or not. Then failure to that, we need to return null. So like that. So that is the part for email. Now we need to work on the part for password. So now the next part, it is the password. So in the password, what we need to do, we need to make sure you're outside this column. So what will happen here is that here we need to have the sized box, so that we need a gap between the email and also the password. Okay, so we say height. So the height here we need to say uptheme. So uptheme dot spacing large. Okay, so after doing that, now we need to have another column now for the password field. Okay, so column. So here in the column we need the cross axis alignment. We want it to be cross axis alignment dot start. Okay, so that is what we want here. The next thing that we need, it is our children. So here in the children, what we need to pass here, it is text. So text here we say password. So then after having password there, so we need to style it. So to style it, we're gonna say style. So this one we're gonna say it is uptheme. So uptheme. So our uptheme dot, we want the body medium. So body medium. So then we want dot copy width. So here we need to change what? The font weight, as we did the previous one. So here we say font weight dot font weight. So font weight dot weight 500. So like this, then we pass 500 there. So after doing that, now we have the text. The next thing that we want, it is now we need a gap. So here we need to have a gap for our, so that we're gonna have a text field. Okay, so we're gonna say sized box. So sized box. So here we say height. So height here we say what? Uptheme. So uptheme dot spacing small. Okay, so spacing small like that. So after doing that, now the next thing, it is our text form field. So here we need to have a controller as usual. So controller. So controller here. So the controller that we want to pass it is for the password. So we say password controller. Then we need the obscure. So to show the password or not. Okay, so this one we're gonna pass it here. So obscure, by default we want it to be true. That is to make sure that our obscure, it is what? It is not seen. So our text is not seen when we type. So then style. So the style that we need here, we need to have uptheme dot body medium. So then we need the copy width. So here we need to have the color. So the color that we want to put here, it is uptheme dot text. So text primary. So this one. So text primary. So then the other thing that we need to do, it is to decorate our decoration, our text field. So we're gonna say input decoration. So here what we need to do, it is to have the hint text, this one. So here we say enter. So we want to say, so it's a string, so you say enter your password. Okay, So that is it. So the next thing that we want to do, it is to have the prefix icon. So this one, prefix icon, it's a widget, so we need to pass the icon widget. So here we say icons, so icons dot loc outline. So this one, as you saw in our image, so there was that the loc icon, so we pass it like this. Then we say app theme, so app theme dot text secondary, so this will be the color. So the next thing that we need to do, it is our what, now we need also the suffix icon. So like this. So in the decoration still we say suffix icon. So suffix icon, this is the icon that will be at the end of what, at the end of our text form field. Okay, so here we need to pass icon. So here what I want to do, it is to have an icon button. So here in the icon button we want it to be clickable, so we're gonna say icon button. So on pressed we need to change the obscure. Okay, so here we say we pass our obscure password. So here we need to say if it is active, if it is true, we need to show the icons dot visibility outlined. Okay, visibility. So if it is true, visibility what, we want visibility outlined. Okay, so outlined. So then if it is not true, so we just show the visibility. So we say icons dot visibility what, off. Okay, so visibility off. So then we say off outlined, so like that. So then the icon here, so what we need to do, not this one, so this one we should put it in our icon. So I had to put it in the wrong place. So the unpressed should change it not to show the icon, so the icon should be here. So here we do like that. So we make sure it is icon. So if obscure, icon data can, so here icon, so we say obscure, then we have the icons visibility. So what is going on, icon data can't be assigned to what, so icon, so this one we should put it in the icon. So we do like this in this widget. So then we need to close it here. Okay, so that is our icon. So in on pressed, we want to now to toggle to move it from obscure to not obscure and vice versa. So here what we need to do, we need to have this function. So here inside this one we want to use the set state, so that it is gonna change the state. Okay, so this one, so here we need to say obscure. So obscure, what we need to do, it is just to switch them. So then if it is pressed, just do the opposite of it. Okay, so obscure password, so that is part for the password. So it looks like this. So that is the text field for password. So what we need to do still in the here, we need to validate. Okay, so we need a validator. So just say validator. So now we need to check the value that we pass here. So the moment you pass what we need to pass here, we just do what, if value is equals to null, or, so make sure it's value. You can name it the way you want it to name, but it's good to use the value. So the value that we pass here, if it is null, so then, or if it is empty, so if one of them, either null or empty, we need to return, we need to say what? We need to say please. So please enter your password, okay, like this. So then after that we put the semicolon. So the next one, it is to check if the value is less than 6, okay. So if value dot length, so if it is less than 6, so if it is less than 6, we need to tell the user so that they're gonna return, we need to return password must be at least 6 characters, like that. So after that, what we need to do, if that one, then we need to return null, okay, return null. So this is the part for password. So the next thing that we need in this, still in the same, in this column of ours, so here we need to have the button. So here we're gonna use the elevated button. So we're gonna say elevated. So first of all, we need to have a gap there, sized box. So sized box, here we say height. So the height that we want here, it is updim spacing. We want it to be updim dot spacing large, like that. Then the next thing that we want to do, it is to have the elevated button. So you say elevated, so elevated, where is it, elevated button. So here you can see we have the unpressed. Currently I want it to be empty, so we're gonna handle it after we set up something, so that we're gonna use the BLoC and what. So what we need to have here, the child here, I want to have a text. So gonna have what, we're gonna say text. So here we just say what, sign in, okay. So that is the child. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to style our elevated button. So you just come here and you say style. So to style it, you just use the elevated button. So you use the style elevated button dot this style from. So here you just say background, the background that you want, so the background color. So here you say updim, so updim dot primary light, okay. You want to use this one. So then padding, our padding here, we need to have edge insets. So edge insets dot symmetric. So here we need to have a vertical. So vertical, we want to have a gap of 16, okay. So then from there we need to have a shape. So in our shape here, what we need to do, it is to say rounded rectangle border. That is what we want. Now we need to pass the border radius. So border radius here, we say border radius dot circular. So border radius, we want it to be circular. So dot circular. So here you need to pass updim dot border radius small, okay. So border radius what, so border radius small, so like that. So that is our, so make sure our updim is spelled well, so like this. So after doing that, now we have the UI, so we can check it and we see what we have. So let me run the application, then we know. Now we move to the next part, okay. So this one is supposed to be the end, so just move the child to the end arguments, so like that. So that is it. So let us run it. So to run it, you open your terminal. So you just say Flutter run. So you say Flutter run in, so D then Chrome. But if you are using the latest Flutter, you can use the web experimental, so that you can do the hot reload, so that you can be able to see the immediate changes. Okay, so but because I cannot be able to show while I'm developing, so because my old laptop cannot allow me to either start lagging and it will start misbehaving. Okay, so that's why I'm not showing it, but I'll be showing after I develop. But you on your side, you should be able to run it, and then you'll be able to see it as we continue developing. So after running our application, now you can be able to see that. Let us go to the view. So in here you can see that we have this part where we have the text field here, so you can type anything, and then we have this I, the one that we were toggling, so you can toggle it. So let me type something here like this, then you can see it is toggled, then you can turn it like this one. Okay, so currently you can see it doesn't, so let me go to a full screen so that you're gonna be able to see how it looks in a full screen. Okay, so in the full screen we need to come here. So in here, let it open. So it looks like this. As you can see, it doesn't look the same way with the original one. So the one that we have here, they don't look the same. So what will happen is that the reason that we are able to see something like this is because we have not started using our custom theme as the main theme in our application. Currently it uses the default one that comes with the Flutter. So what we'll do is that we need now to go and start working on that part, and also we need to know how to log in, how to pass the data from the UI to the BLoC, and then like that, then we need to set up our routing and other things. So let us go and we start working on it, and then we need to set up everything as supposed to be. So let us go back to our Visual Studio and we start working on it. So at this point, after we have done all that, now we need to be able to inject our dependencies. So what we need to do here, we need to open terminal here. We'll be using get it, so we need to add it in our pubspec.yaml. Okay, so what you need to do here, you just need to say flutter add, flutter pub add get it, so like this one. So after doing that, when we get it, so what we need to do, first of all, we need to go to our dependency injection, so the one that we defined here. So just define we just created the folder. Now we need to create a new file here. We name it dependency injection, or let us call it injection container .dart. So what happens here is that we are going to use get it, and get it, it's a good one to do the dependency injections. So what happens is that, so the get it package, this is for dependency injection. So this a design pattern that allows objects to receive their dependencies from an external source rather than creating them internally. Okay, so this one promotes the decoupled, testable and maintainable code. So get it acts as a service locator, so a central registry for your applications objects. Okay, so that is our services and dependencies. So what will happen is that we're gonna create this file, then I'm gonna explain every part of it, okay, so that you're gonna understand what is going on. So here what we'll do, first of all, we need to have the instance. So we need to create the instance of get it. So just say final. So here you're gonna say final SL service locator, you're gonna name it like that. Then you say get it, so get it dot instance, so like this. So what will happen, let me close this one. We need to import get it, okay. So, and before we do that, before it loads, so let us first of all, we need to have a navigator key here. I want the navigator key to stay in this what. But before we do that, so let us do something, filter. So we need the void init. So the init, the one, it will be an asynchronous one. So we come here. So first of all, import this. So we're gonna import it from the get it package, the one that we have installed. So from there, what we need to do, we need to define, first of all, I want to define here the core services. So we're gonna say future, so future void. So then we name it init core services, so like this. So here we need to initialize our core services. So async, we're gonna name it asynchronous. So from here, what we need, first of all, we need to create the instance of shared preferences, then we use it. So final shared. So here we need, first of all, comment here, I want to pass here, say shared preferences. So preferences like this. So here you need to do what, say final shared preferences. So like this, then we're gonna await it. So we're gonna use the shared preferences so preferences like this. Then we're gonna say get instance, so get instance, so this one, like this one. So then we put semicolon. So we need to import our shared preferences. So this one, we have it for local storage. As you remember, we passed this one in our local storage, okay, in our application. So we need to import it. So just do like this, then import shared preferences. So after that, now we need to register it. So we say service locator, so SL, so the instance, we're gonna use the instance here. So SL dot register lazy singleton. So register lazy, so lazy singleton. So like this, then we do what? Then we need to pass our shared preference to return our shared preferences. So shared preferences, the one that we have created there. So then we close there. The next one that we need to do, it is to bring our DO package. So sl dot register. So register lazy singleton. So singleton, then we need to return the DO package, okay. We say DO like this, then we do like that. So we need to import our DO package. So this is that communicates with the backend, so with the API. So after that, the next one we want, it is the the connectivity. Okay, so here you're gonna say sl dot register. So register, these are the ones that are used in different places. So register lazy, so lazy singleton, then we say like this, then we return connectivity. Okay, so this one will come from the connectivity plus connectivity. So we need also this one to register it. So just come here and we import it. So just do like this, then we import it. So the next thing that we need to do, it is the core. Okay, so here the core, these are the core services. So in there, so the core here, you just sl dot register lazy singleton, register lazy singleton. So like this, then we need to pass our network info. So network info implementation, so network info implementation. So this one accepts another SL, so service locator. So like this, it requires that one dependency, so we just inject there. So what we need to do it is to import this one. So importing this one, you just click here, then we import. Then it's a good practice also to pass the network info. Okay, so this one like that one. So that is our network info. So our network info, automatically it requires what? Connectivity. That's why we pass the SL here, service locator. It will locate the connectivity, which we have also registered here. So the next thing that we need to do, it is what? I want to pass the local data source here. So the reason why I'm doing this is because we're gonna use the stored data in the local data source in different places. So that's why I'm passing it in this part. Okay, so register lazy singleton, register lazy, so lazy singleton. So just do like this, then we need to return our auth local, so auth local data source implementation. So like this. So what we need to do first is to import this one. So we just import it. So then here we need to pass the abstract class, so auth local, so auth local data source, like that. So here, as you can see, it is complaining that it requires shared preferences, so you need just to use the service locator. So what you do is just you do SL, then that instance it will be able to get the service, so then it will inject it there. So the next thing that we need to do, so what else does it require? Shared preferences, make sure it has the shared preferences, because we passed it like this, preferences, so like that. So that's how we're gonna pass it there. So the next thing that we need to do, it is our token manager. So we're gonna say final token manager is equals to token manager. So here in the token manager, first of all you need to import it. So just bring it here, this one we created. So and we explained everything in it. So token manager requires what? So as you can see, it requires the local data source. So we need to pass our local data source here. So local data source, then we do service locator. So then we're gonna say auth. So auth local data source. Okay, auth local data source like this, then we pass it like that. So that is part for token manager. After we do that, we just need to register it. So sl dot register singleton, register singleton. So this one won't be a what, a lazy singleton. So here you need to pass the instance, which it is what, token. So the one that we have created here, so that is the instance of it. So then you just pass here the type, we just say token manager. So token manager, like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to register, it is our API client. So we say final API client. So API client is equals to API client. So API client, this one. So then it requires the DO package. So we just pass it like this. So we do that, then we need the token manager. It will be the token manager, the one we have defined here. Then the next thing, you can just put this one. So we do like that. The next thing that we need to do, it is what, we need also to pass the on authentication field. So this one can stay empty, or you can navigate either to the login screen or you show another error. Okay, so that one I'm gonna leave that like that. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to register it. Okay, so sl dot register. So register lazy singleton. So this one won't be a lazy singleton, I want it to be a singleton. So then I will explain what it means to be a lazy singleton and to be singleton. Okay, so API client. So after that, now we have the core method that we're gonna load our core methods. So the next thing that we want to do, it is to initialize our auth. Okay, so future, we say future. So future, so here in future we need void. So void, then we say init auth, then we do what, it async. We want to make sure. So what we need to do, it is to register the auth block first. Okay, so we say, this is what we say, auth block. So we just say block like that. So sl dot register lazy singleton, register lazy singleton. So like this, then we need to pass our auth, not like this. Then we need to return. So here we need to return auth block. So auth block, so auth block like this. So then here what we will do is that we need to pass our use cases. Okay, so we say get current user. So get current user, so that one. And what I want to make sure is that it is not coming as an individual. As individual, wanted them to be imported from our all use cases. Where is it? So I want to make sure it is not this one. So what I need to do is that I need to come to this point. So get current user. So then we need to import all the use cases. Okay, so this one, so that it will import all the use cases here, so without getting each one. So sl, then here we say, so log in. So this one will be a login use case. So this one, the next one, it is what, logout. So make sure you pass it like this, then it's a method, so do like that. So then you say sl, then logout. So logout use case. So logout use case like this, then you pass it there. The next one, it is what, update profile. So sl dot, then you say update profile use case. so like this, then you do like that. So then the next thing that we need to do, it is our validate. So validate token, so we're gonna say validate, so validate token use case. So we do like this, then we put semicolon here. Then we need to do what here in the type, it's good to always make sure you pass it auth block like this, then you do like that. So now we have the auth block. So the next thing that we need to do, it is to register our remote data source. So in our to register our data sources, we just say register. So register data sources. So here we just say sl dot register lazy singleton like this. Then here we need to pass our auth remote data source, this one. Then we just need to pass here. So what we need to do is that we need to return auth remote data source implementation. So in here we need a cell API client, so API client, so API client like that. So then we need the token manager. So the token manager is ASL, then token manager. So token manager here like this one. So then you put the semicolon. So after that, the next one that we want, it is what we need to register repository. So register repository. So here in the register repository, we need to say register lazy singleton. So here you just need to return our auth repository implementation. So auth repository, so repository implementation. So this one requires data source, so we just need to pass them here. Just say data source, auth data source, auth remote data source like that. Then make sure you pass it like this. Then you need our local, so auth local data source, auth local data source like this one. Then we do like that. Then we need token manager, so we say token manager like this. Then the next one, it is what the network info. So network info, here we just pass our network info. We do like that. That is our repository. So what we need to do, you need to come here and you pass it also here the auth repository, so this one. So you do like that. So after doing that, so you need to come here. Now we need to register our use cases. So to register our use cases, you just say register use cases. So the thing that we need to do here, it is to register lazy singleton. So lazy singleton, this one. So lazy what? Lazy singleton. So then you need a factory function here. What we need to do, it is to, we're gonna start with the login use case. So login use case. So this one, it wants the repository. So we pass our auth repository like that. Then we do like that. So that is our first use case. So what I will do, I'm gonna copy this one, so multiple times. So what we need to do here, now we're gonna have the logout. So the logout use case, not event, logout use case. So here in the logout use case, then we have the update what, so update profile use case. Then we need what? Then we need our get current user use case. Then we need the refresh, so the refresh use case, so refresh tokens use case. Then we need to copy this one also. So this one we're gonna pass what? Validate token. Okay, so validate token use case. So this is how you register your repository and others. So what we need to do now, we need to pass them in our init method here. So here in the init method, so we need to come and we say what? We say here we need to initialize what? The core services. So core services that don't what? Don't depend on other services. So here, so what we need to do here, it is to await our init core services, this one. Then we do like that. Then we need to auth components. So components, so here we just pass them, just pass our init auth. So we're gonna await, because it's nothing, so await init auth. Okay, so like that. So that is how you register them. So what I need to do is that I want to explain what is going on here, so that you can be able to understand why we need this thing. So in this, we use the get package for dependency injection. So this is a design pattern that allows the objects to receive their dependencies from an external source rather than creating them internally. So this one promotes the decoupled, testable and maintainable code. Get acts as a service locator, that is a central registry for our applications objects, that is our services and dependencies. So the first thing here we have done, this is where in this line we just create a global singleton instance of get. So then we use the SL, the name here, the name of our instance. So this is a common abbreviation for service locator, so it's used throughout the application to request, that is to resolve the registered dependencies. So in the init method here, as you can see, so this is an asynchronous function. So this is typically called once when the application starts. Okay, this one we're gonna pass it in the main.dart. So then its purpose is to register all the dependencies, that is services, blocks, data sources, repositories, use cases and etc. that the application will need. So then we come here. So I want to explain this thing. Okay, so as you can see, we have the lazy singleton. So get it provides several methods to register dependencies, each with different behavior regarding the life cycle and instantiation of the registered object. So register lazy singleton, this one. So this one registers a type, maybe a type T, that is generic, that will be instantiated only once. So that's why we have the singleton, and only when it's first requested. When it is first requested, because now we have the lazy, so subsequent request for this T, we return the same already created instance. So any other thing that after this it is created, like the DO package here, the DO, so the other parts of the application gonna use the same one. So then, so why we need it here? So because of the efficiency. So this one avoids creating objects at app startup if they aren't immediately needed. Okay, so potentially speeding up the initial load time. So then even it is good for resource saving. So objects are only created if they are actually used. Okay, so as you can see them there, so like almost all the core services, data sources, repositories, and use cases are registered this way. So this is a common pattern, as these components are often stateless, and or their state should be unique and shared across the app once created. Okay, so that is the pass, but we have the special case like this one. As you can see, this one we have the special case, so the shared preferences. So in these cases, like the one with the shared preferences dot get instance here. So this one are async operations that are awaited before registration. The already created instances, that is the shared preferences, are then provided to the register lazy singleton. So the lazy aspect here means get it doesn't do further work until requested. So at which point it simply returns the pre-existing instance. So it behaves like register singleton with an already created instance, but uses the lazy registration slot. Okay, then we have the register singleton, so the one that we used here, this one. So as you can see, we have the register lazy singleton. So this one registers the type T that will be instantiated only once, so singleton, if provided an instance directory. Okay, if provided an instance directory. So for example, in this one, the token manager, that specific instance is registered immediately. If you provide a factory function, it's usually called immediately to create the instance. So where it's used, when an object needs to be created and configured right at the start of the application, when you have an already created instance that needs to be globally accessible, then if the initialization order is critical and service must be ready before others might try to use it during their own, maybe potentially lazy initialization. So for example, in here for the token manager, we are registering it as a singleton. So a token manager is created, which in turn resolves the local data source lazily if not already created, and then immediately registered as a singleton. So this one ensures that the token manager is available right away. So as you can see, in our API client, we are passing it. So an API client is created, then configured with its own DO instance and the previously created token manager. So it's registered as a singleton, making this configured client available immediately. So important note on these API clients, it is this one DO package. Okay, so the API clients gets a brand new DO instance, not the one registered with the lazy singleton. So this is because this is a design choice, because this DO instance for API client needs unique interceptors. So like the one that we passed there for auth interceptor, then that shouldn't affect other potential uses of a generic DO instance. So if the API client were meant to use the shared DO instance, we could just pass as DO then SL. We could have added that SL there. Okay, so after that, now we need to start working on here we have the app. So we have the app. So this auth token, this auth should be in the core, so move it here, make sure it's in that point. So just move it like that, then we say okay. So after doing that, in our app we want to have and I always have two files here. So the app.dart, so app.dart. So this is our where we're gonna put the home the home file, and also we have the app block observer. So this one will be able to get the errors that we have not handled in the application that involve BLoC. Okay, so app block observer, so .dart. So here in this, it will just be a simple class that we're gonna extend our block observer. So app block observer, then we say extends, so extends block observer, so block observer, like this one. So in here we need to override on event, so on event, so this one. So on event here we can see it accepts block and then object event. So here what we need to do, we need to clear this one, then we need to come here just below our super. So we're gonna say debug print. So this is just for debugging purposes. It's not something that is very much necessary, but it's good when developing application. Okay, so we just need to import that one from the foundation.dart. So here we need to pass what, the $sign, then we pass block, so this one block dot runtime type. So then after that just need to have event, so the event that was passed, then we say event, so like that. It is simple as that. Then we need on change, so on change this one. So then we need to do the same for this one also. So just come here, just print. So I just copy this one, so Control C, then I come with it here, just paste it there. Instead of event we need to have what, change. So we say change, then we pass change here, like that. So the next thing, it is the on error. So on error, so in on error what we need to do is that we need to pass what, just above this one. So just paste that one. I want to paste it twice. So here instead of event, here we need to have what, the error. So error, so without what, I want error without this one. So here we're gonna say block error, so just here, just below here, so block error, we do it like that. Then we do the runtime type, then comma, we want to have a comma here, then with the error there. Then we need the stack trace, just remove this one, then we pass the stack trace. So that one helps us to be able to get what, where the error comes from, okay, to string. So that is our block observer. So now we need to go to our app. So this app, it will be a stateless widget. So we're gonna pass stl. So here in the stl, just come to this one. Now we need to create it, we name it my app, so like that. Then we need to import material.dart, so just material.dart, like that. So what I need to do here, I want to make sure that we inject the auth block, so that we're gonna be able to know the state, the authentication state we are. Okay, so final auth block, so auth block, then we name it auth block, so like that. Then we need to pass it in our, here it will be required, so make sure you come here, then you say required, so required this dot auth block, so like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, instead of returning container here, we need to return a block builder. Okay, so just come here, so we do what, just we need to return not a block builder, we need to start with the multi block provider. So here we need to return so multi block provider helps us to multi block So multi-block provider, so this one helps us to be able to provide the multiple blocks. Okay, so make sure you import it from the block. So just do it like this. When you go to the documentation, to the block documentation, you will realize that you have this one, so multi-block. So this is where it will accept, as you can see, parameter providers. So and the child is missing, so here we need to have the providers. So this is where you put all your blocks. Okay, so what I need to do here, I want to provide block provider, I want dot value, so that I'm gonna pass the value, the one that we have created there, or the block. So or the block like that. So this is our or the block. So the moment you create any kind of block, just pass it here. So here the child here that we want to do, so the child, we want to use the block builder. So the block builder is used when you want to build the whole UI. Okay, so block, when there's a change in the state, when there is change in state. So here we just do like this. So we need to pass our the block here, or the block like this. Then we have the state, so like this one. So after doing that, our builder here, it accepts the context. So we pass the context. So context and what? Context and state. Okay, so then after doing that, we need our body here. So in our body, we need to return, so to return material app. Okay, so material app, this one. So in here we need to pass our debug. We want to make sure that the debug that is shown in the corner, on the top right corner, it is removed. So we want to set it to false. So after that, the next thing that we need to do, it is what? Title. So our title here, so we need to put the title here. We say we're gonna call it admin dashboard, like that. So the next thing that we need, it is the theme. So but as you remember, in our theme we were using the custom theme. So we created our custom theme, but we are not using it. That's why our login page was looking like that. So we need now to add this one to make it look better. Okay, so we say app theme, so we need to import this one. So we just import from there. Then we say build. So build what? Build theme data, like that. Then we have it there. So then here in the home we want to check the state. Okay, so what I will do, I just come below here and I have a widget, so a private method. So just here, and I will say widget. So this one, it's the widget. So we're gonna say build home here. Then we pass our auth state. So auth state, so state. So this one will be used to check the state we are in. So this is caps lock, so widget. So it's a widget like that. So then we need to do what? We need to check if the state is authenticated. So authenticated, if it is authenticated, we need to do what? Currently we don't have a place to go. We need to return a constant of, I want to just have a constant of center. So in this center we just need the child here. So child here, we want to say it is our text. So our text, then we say you are logged in. So simple as that. So but we're gonna change this one when we create that part. So if it is not in that state, if it is unauthenticated, we need to go to the if state is unauthenticated like this, or or in the error. So state is auth error. So auth error. If it is in one of the state, in these states, we need to show what? We need to return the login page. Okay, so login page. So after doing that, we just need to import it. So just come here and we import it. So just import that. So what we need to do here, after this point, we need to return the if it is for auth initial, auth loading, we need to show what? Loading indicator. Okay, so here we're gonna say for auth, we need to have it capital, auth initial. So these are the states. So auth initial, if it is auth initial, auth loading, auth loading, and any other state, so etc. So this one's any other state other than the authenticated and authenticated, we need to show our what? We need to show a loading indicator, like this. So just say return constant of scaffold. So scaffold, so here scaffold, so we need to have a body. So in our body here, we need to have a center, then we need to have a child. So the child here, we want to have a column, so column like this. Then we do what? We do like that. Then here we need a main access alignment. So main access alignment. So we want to align it, main access alignment. We want it to be centered in the main access. So main access alignment. So main axis alignment dot center, like that. So after that, what we need to do, it is to have our children. So here our children, so it will be a list. So here you just have the circular, so circular progress indicator, this one. So then with our text, then we need a gap there, so we need to have it like sized box. So sized box, here we say height of 16. So height, then we can use the up theme. So up theme dot, so we need to import this one. So just import it, not up theme. So height of up theme, okay, dot, we need the size. Okay, so the size spacing, we can have it as a spacing medium, like that. Then we need what? Then we show text loading, then like that. Then you need to put a semicolon here. So now we have that one. So let us save so that it's gonna arrange itself. So it looks like this. Then we need to put semicolon here also. We do like that. So it is like that. So what we need to do, we need now to use it here. So in our home, here, so what we need to return, we need to return build home. So here just say what? Just pass, let me close this. So build home, like that. So then we pass the state that we are in. Now we need to add a key to force the complete rebuild on auth state changes. So this one prevents navigator history issues during logout. Okay, so key, here we say value key. So value key. So then we're gonna say state dot runtime type, then to string. Okay, like that. So to string, that is a method. So the value key here, so this one is supposed to be capital K, okay, so like that. So then we need to put the semicolon there. So the next thing that we need to do after that, we have an error. So where does it come from? So we need to check, or this one is also supposed to be there. So we do like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go to our main.dart. So just need to search it, main.dart. so in this file, so we need to change a lot. So we need to remove my app here because we have created it in there. So just remove it. So here what I will do, we're gonna import this one, so like this. So then what will happen here is that I want to run it so we need to convert this one to future. So future here, so future void, then like this. So make sure this is capital, so future void, and then we want it to be an async, okay, so in an async method. So here what happens is that I'm gonna cut this one. I want to run it in a run zoned guard, because to catch all the errors in a centralized way, okay. So we need to say await, run zoned guarded, guarded like this. Then we do what? So we do it like that. So this one is supposed to be, so import the data async like that. So after doing that, so here we need to do what? We need to have the widgets. So widgets, to ensure that the Flutter bindings are initialized before any Flutter specific code. So we need to use widgets Flutter binding, this one, the Flutter binding, this one. Then we're gonna say ensure initialized, okay. So that is what we do there. The next thing that we need to do, it is to set up the custom BLoC observer for debugging state changes, okay, and errors. So we're gonna say BLoC, so BLoC dot observer. So this one we're gonna say what? App BLoC observer, so observer like this, so like that. So then we need to import our BLoC here. So import it. So first of all, import our BLoC observer, then we import the BLoC from Flutter BLoC, so like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we want to do, it is to initialize all the dependencies. So our service locator, so await, we're gonna say di.init like this, then we pass it like that. So this one we're gonna import our service locator, so as di. So we do like that, then await. So we need to make sure that in this method here we make it async, so async like that. So after doing that, now we have it, we have the error. So the next thing that we need, it is to get the blocks that are needed for the entire life cycle here, okay. So what we need in the entire life cycle here, it is the auth block. So auth block, we're gonna call it di.sl. we need to locate what? Our auth block, so like this. Then we do what? We use that one, then we add, so then we add the check. So first of all, import all the block here, this one. So when you import that, so then we have the event. So this is, we need to pass the event here. So the moment, as you know, our block accepts event, then it emits what? The status. Okay, so finally we need to paste our app that we copied. Then here you can see it is complaining, so it needs the auth block. So auth block, we pass our auth block here, auth block, the one that we have created here. Okay, so this one, auth block, so invalid constant, so we need to remove this constant here. So after doing that, now we have the run zone card. It try the missing. So first of all, we put the semicolon. So but there's something that is missing. So this one, this one we're gonna do what? So here we need to have the to log error. So we're gonna say void. So we're gonna have a global error handler here. So I'll just say global. So global error handler. So error handler, then we say what? So for uncaught what? Exceptions. So uncaught what? Exceptions here. So we just need to have void of. So we say log error. So like that. Then we say what? Object. So object, we say error. So like this. Then stack trace for locating. So like that. Then we name it stack. So then after that, we just need to debug, to add our debug print. So debug print. So we just say what? Unhandled what? Unhandled exception. Then we pass what? We pass that error here. So you just get that error. Then after that, we need to have the debug print also for stack. Okay, so debug print. So debug print here we say stack dot to string. So but when you want to put it in the production, you need to use something like, to use a log service. So like Sentry or the Firebase Crashlytics. Okay, so here you can use, this is just for that part, but you can use what? So here we need comma, then we need to pass what? The log error there. So that's it. Okay, so we just need to have it like this. So now we have, so log error, so that one. So then we need to remove this one, unused what? Unused import. So the next thing that we need to do now, it is to be able to sign in the user. So we need to come back to our login page and we start working on it. So what we need to do in this login page, we need to listen to our auth state changes. Okay, and to listen them, we want to listen them from this point. So we need to wrap our stack with a block listener. So the block listener is good for when you want to have the side effects. That is when you want to do something after the change in state. Maybe you want to navigate to a certain page, maybe to show a snack bar and other things. So we need to wrap with the widget. So here we need to block listener. So block listener like that. So then we say auth block. So auth block and auth state, auth block and auth state. So these ones are passed there. So here we need first of all to import them. So we're gonna import them from this point. So the auth block there, and also the BLoC listener that is from our Flutter BLoC. So in here, after we do that, now we need to have a listener. So the one that we're gonna say listener. So listener, it's a void function. So just come here, you pass the context, then context with the state. Okay, so the state that we're gonna get. So here in this listener, we want to check if the state is authenticated. So when we sign up, so we want to know if it goes to the authenticated state. So if it is authenticated currently, we're gonna leave it like that, but later we're gonna handle it. We're gonna navigate to the dashboard. Okay, so else if here we need to do what if it is the state, it is odd error. So odd error, so odd error. So if it is odd error, we just do what we need to show snack bar, and to show a snack bar we say scaffold. So scaffold messenger, so scaffold messenger, this one dot of context. So we pass the context there, then we show snack bar, show snack bar, snack bar, like this one. Then so this one gonna accept snack bars, so we're gonna say snack bar. So the snack bar here, so the content here we need to pass the message. So state, so this one will be a text, so we just say text, then we pass what we say state dot message. So because our odd error, we had that message, so that's why we are passing it there. So style here, so the style here we want to say app theme, or app theme dot body medium, so body medium like this, then copy width. So we want to change the color, so we need to have a different color, so we say colors dot white. So that is our part for the text. So the next thing that we need, it is our snack bar. We want to make sure it is what, so here in the snack bar we want to change what, so put semicolon there. So we need to have the color. So for our snack bar, the background color, so we say background, so background color we say app theme dot negative. So this one will be red, so negative, like that. So then the duration that we want our snack bar to stay, so duration, so here in the duration we need to have a const duration of, so duration seconds, we want it to last for just 3 seconds, but if you want to add more you can. So that is part for our login. So that is our login page using now the BLoC. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do, it is to go to our login form, and then we start working on it, to adding the BLoC. So that we're gonna add our events, and then we react to them based on the state. Okay, so we need to come to our, first of all, to our here in the sign in button. So here in our login form, first of all I want to style this text. So here we say style. So what we need to do, it is to say app theme dot body large, so body large, so like this. Then we need a copy width dot copy width. So here in the copy width we need to change the font weight. So font weight, we want it to be font weight dot W600. Okay, weight of 600, like that. So what we need to do here in our elevated button, we want when the user clicks it, they'll be able to send the data to our event. Okay, so we're gonna activate the event here. Then we want to check the status. So if it is auth loading, we want to show a circular progress indicator, and if it is not, we just show it as usual our sign in button. So let us go here. So what we need to do, because we want to rebuild this one the moment the user clicks it to send the data, we need to wrap it around the widget builder, the BLoC builder. Okay, so just come here. I want to wrap it around it. So let us see. So here we just do what, wrap with widget. So here we say BLoC, so BLoC builder, so builder like this. So then we pass our auth block, then auth state. Okay, so then we need to import them. So as you can see, always when you pass them, you pass your auth block, you pass your block and the state, because that is what it needs, so that you're gonna do something in that part. So then the BLoC builder comes from the Flutter block. So like that. So after doing that, now we need to have a builder. So here we need to say builder. So we need to have a builder here, not a child. So builder. So in our builder we need to have a context. So context and also the state. So this one. Then in our method here, so we need to do what, to put the elevated button there. Okay, so where it starts and where it ends. So just come here, and we want to cut it so like this. Then we're gonna put it here. We need to return, so we need to return that one. So after doing that, instead of having comma, we just pass it as a semicolon. So here inside our builder here, so you can see we have wrapped it around there. So what we need to do, we have the on pressed. So here on pressed, we want to check the state first. So just remove this one. We need to check. So state, if state is auth loading. So auth loading. If it is auth loading, what we need to do is to return. So we show null, so we do nothing. But if it is not, we do what, we come here. So here we need to use what, to use our form key to get the current state of the form, that is we want to validate. So we want to check when you use the form key, you're able to get the current state, so the state of the form. So the form here, we say we want to check if there's error. So form key. So then we're gonna say the current state. So this one gets the current state, so like this, the current state. So we need to make sure it's not null. So then we validate. So this one checks the validations if they are true. If they are true, now we proceed to do what we put here. So we just say what, context. So our context here, then we pass we want to read. So we want to get this thing. So we want to get the other block. So when we get the other block, we need to add. So here we need to add now the event that we want to use. Okay, so you say add, then you add the event. So you're gonna say login event. So login event. So like this, in our login event, we require email and also we require the password. So here we just say email controller, our email controller. So this one dot, we want to pass the text. Okay, so like that. Then we come to the password, we do the same. So password controller dot text. Okay, so like that. So then we put semicolon here. So as you can see, that is our part for the what, for sending our data to the backend. Now we have completed our login. So what we need to do, it is to test whether it is working. So in this point, the login, we're gonna use the super user that we created in the backend, because this is for the admin. So I need to open the terminal here. So I'm gonna open the terminal. So to open the terminal, then I need to run the application again. So just a Flutter run. So as you can see, we are running our application. So let me do to hot reload. So like that, to hot restart. So what we'll do, first of all, before we do anything, we need to go to the terminal. So then we run our server there. So make sure you are in the virtual environment the way we are doing. So here you're gonna use the python manage.py run server, then in this address 0.0.0. so then with the port 8001. So this is how you run the server, so that you can be able to connect with any address that you want. So after doing that, we need to go back to our, now we need to go to our Chrome. So as you can see, it has started running the server. So let us go to Chrome. So here in Chrome, as you can see, even the color has changed, even a lot of things have changed after we used our custom theme. Okay, even the style for font and other things. So here as you remember, in the backend, we created a user using the super user, the general at Gmail. So at gmail.com. So this was the user that we created, so with the password. So then we do like this. Then after doing that, now we need to see whether we can be able to log in. So currently when you click that one, there's nothing that is changing. So there we cannot be able to see in the button. So but you can see you are logged in. So this is what we created, and then we said we created that one. So as we did that, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to start working on the, so even if you refresh, so you can go and try to refresh, then you see whether you can be able to be logged out, so that we're gonna be able to see that the part that we are saving the tokens, whether they are being saved or not. So let us see. As you can see, even after we refresh, we are able to see we are logged in. So that is the part for that one. Now we need to start working on the dashboard, so that we're gonna be able to continue. Then we're gonna do the manage account, that in that part. Okay, so let us go and we start working on that part. So after we have shown this one, so the next thing that we want to create, it is what, our sidebar and the header for our dashboard. So let us open it. So it looks like this. So in here you can see we have this part for manage account, change password, activity log. Then we have the name of the username, the profile image, and also we have these things here on top. So then the other things will be inside these two. Okay, inside the sidebar and what, and the header. So and then our sidebar, we want it to be collapsible. So when you click here, you can collapse it or you can enlarge it. Okay, so then we need also to create this one, manage account. So this is the one that we'll be working on. So let us go and we start working on it. So let us go back to our let us go back to our Visual Studio Code and we start working on it. So as you can see, we have opened it. So let us now start working on it. And before we start working on it, I want to I want to do what? I want to check the state that we are in the button. So when we are loading, we don't want to show the sign in button. We just want to show a loading indicator in this part. Okay, so here we need to say what? We need to say here child. So child here we need to say state is what? Auth. So it is auth what? Auth loading. So auth loading, if it is auth loading, so we need to show a sized box. So sized box, so of height 20, so height 20, then width 20, so width 20. Then after that we need to show us the child here. We want to show a circular progress indicator. Okay, circular progress indicator like this. Then we're gonna have a stroke width of 2. Then we need also to have what? To have the value color. So value color, here you can set the color you want. So I'm gonna say always. So always stopped animation. So this one we're gonna say up theme. We want to say up theme. So up theme dot text. So text primary. So like this one. So then here always stopped. Here we want to pass what? To pass color. So that is it. So the next thing that we need, it is what? Here if it is not loading, we just show the text, our text here. So make sure you do that. So the next thing that we need to do, so make sure your form key looks like this. Okay, so the part for elevated button, so looks like that, so it can be able to send the data and other things. So the next thing that we want to do, it is to start working on the sidebar and also the header and also the manage account. So let us go and we start working on it. So the first widget that we want to start with, it is our header. So we just need to come here in the core folder. So in the core folder you need to create another folder, so widget. So this is where you pass the widgets that will be used by multiple features. So here we just need the first one, that is our dashboard header. Okay, so dashboard header. So this one will have our dashboard header. Okay, header like this .dart. So in this, what we need to do, it will be a stateless widget. So just do stateless. So stateless widget like this. Then we give it a name. So we name dashboard header like that. Then we need to import the material.dart. So here what I want it is, when in this dashboard header we need to have a callback, the one that when clicked it will be implemented. So we want this class to be able to accept that one. Okay, so a callback. So final void callback. So callback this one. So here it will be nullable. So on menu pressed, because I shown you something like a drop down, so you can be able to use it. So to use it, it's just we need to do what you want when you have this drop down. Okay, so after doing that, what we need to do, we need to, in this part we need to use what? We need to make sure that we have what? So in this container we want to wrap it around the block builder. So the moment we change something, we want to update this one. So we wrap it around what? Block. So we can say block builder like this. Then we pass the auth block as usual. Then we pass what? Auth state like this one. So we need to import them. So import the auth block. So this one will come from the block. So then we need to import block builder from Flutter block. So like that. So here in this part, we're gonna start with the what we need to start build when to optimize our rebuilds. Okay, so build when we want to build when, so this one helps us to compare, so the previous and then the current. So this one will help us to know when to build. So here we're gonna rebuild only if the authentication status changes or if the user object itself has changed. Okay, so that is when we want to rebuild this one. So we're gonna say if our previous is authenticated. So if it is authenticated and the current, and if the current is what authenticated also, so authenticated like this. So you just do what, you do not need to update it. So return previous, so just return the previous, so the previous, then we get the previous user, so then it's not equal to the current. Okay, so if it is not equal to the current user, like that, so this is when the user data updated. So then we're gonna return, so return previous. So this is when the user, maybe the user logs out, so the previous dot runtime type, so runtime type, it's not equal to the current. Okay, when it changes, so it's not equal to the current dot runtime type. Okay, like that. So it is simple as that, but it's more important. So then we need a builder here. So the builder, we just need to do what, we need to say context. So I want to use this one, the one with the context. So the context and what, the state, this is what we need here. So here what we need to do, we need to return this container. So just cut it, just come here and you say what, return. So we need to return the container, not the child but the container. Okay, so just have the semicolon here. So after doing that, now we want to do what, we need first of all to get the user. So final user is equals to the state dot user. Okay, so like that, then we get the user. As I shown you, there is that part for user profile and username. So here we need to have a padding. So padding in our container, we need edge insets dot all. So here we just say app theme. So app theme dot spacing. So spacing medium. So but we need to import this one. So we're gonna import it. So then spacing what? Spacing what? We're gonna say spacing, we want it to be medium. So like this. So we can see here we have an error. So it is complaining about what? So isn't defined in the auth state. So user correcting. So what do we name it? Okay, so let us see. So auth state. So let us see. We need to come to our auth state so that we're gonna check whether we have the auth. So just click here in the authenticated. Want to see what we named it. So in the authenticated we have this one. So why is it not show? It is not getting this one. So user. So let us see. So we passed it where? If state, we want to check here first of all. So if what? If state here, if state is authenticated, So this is the one that has the user. So just come here, we need to put our return here. Just need to cut it. Where is it? This one. Control X, then you bring it inside this one, if the state like that, so you get the user from the state. Okay, so after doing that, we need decoration. We need to decorate our, it is complaining about what, so okay, no problem. So we're gonna say decoration. So to decorate our container, so we just say box decoration. So box decoration, this one, then we say what, color. So the color that we want, it is app theme. So app theme, so our app theme dot what, we need the card background, so that one. So then we need border. So border here, we need to say border all. So we need to have a border. So the border here, so here we say border, then we need to border the bottom. So bottom like this. Then we're gonna say border side. So border side, this one. Then we need to do what, to have the color. So the color of our border side, so we say app theme. So app theme, just say app theme dot divide what, divide color, divider. So divider color, that one. Then with alpha, we needed to have an opacity of, so here the alpha, we just say we an opacity of 0.1. so 0.1 we multiply by 255, then you round it, so just say like this. So that is our styling. Okay, so then we need to save that one, so that we're gonna be able to format it. So make sure it looks like this. So the next thing that we need, it is in our container, we need to have the child. So just here we say child. So here in the child, we want them to be in the same row, so you need to use the row widget. So like this. So what we need to do, we need to have our children. So here in our children, we need to check the if it is mobile and the on menu pressed it's not equal to null. Okay, so we're gonna say if we have the responsive helper, the one that we created. So responsive helper, so this one we're gonna import it. So just hover above it, then you import it. So it's in the utils. So responsive helper dot is mobile. We want to check if it is a mobile. So if it is a mobile, and our what, and our on menu pressed, so on menu pressed is not equal to null. So if it is not equal to null, we need to do what, we need to show the icon. Okay, we're gonna show the icon button. So icon button, so this one button, so icon button, the one that is clickable. So here we say, so icon on pressed, we need to pass our on menu pressed. Okay, our callback, so like that. So then in the icon, we want to say icon. So icon, then we're gonna say icons dot menu, like that. Then we need the color. So the color here, we need to have it what, we're gonna say app theme. So app theme dot text primary. Okay, so that one. So after that, now we have that point, we have the on menu pressed there. So the next thing that we want, it is an expanded, so that we're gonna show the search field. Okay, so you need to say expanded. So the next one, it is expanded. So this one will take the space available. So expanded here, the child, we want it to be a container. So container like this. then we need to do what? We need to decorate our container. So first of all, you need to have a height of, we want it to be having a height of 45. The next thing, it is our what? It is our decoration. We want to decorate it. So decoration, here we need a box decoration. So box decoration, so this one. Then we need to have the color. So the color here, we need to pass our app theme. So app theme dot background dark. Okay, this one. So after that, we need to have the border radius. So border radius, this one, we just say what? Then we say border radius. So border radius, so border radius dot circular, we want it to be circular. So this one. Then we need to pass the app theme. So app theme dot border radius, what? Border radius small, we want it to be the small one. So like that. Then we need the border just outside this one. Where is it? Border. So border here, we need to say what? Border all. We want to border all sides. So border all, this one. So then we do what? We pass the color. So the color of that border. So app theme. So app theme dot border color. Okay. So that one. Then we want with alpha of 0.2. With alpha. So with alpha of 0.2. So with opacity of 0.2. So make sure it's 0.2, 20% opacity. Then we multiply by 255. Then we round it off. So you round like this. So like that. So that is our styling our container. So this container. So then we need to start working on the child of this container. So the child here, we want to, in this container, so this one. So the child here, you want to have what? So we need to have we're gonna say child. So child here, it is what? We want to have a text field. So text field. So text field here. So here we need to have what? Style. We want to style this text field. So we say app theme dot body medium. So then that is our app theme. So that is our part for styling. So then we need decoration. We need to decorate. So here in the decoration, we need to use the input decoration. So the input decoration, we need to have the hint text. So the hint text here, it is what? So this one tells what the user to do. So this one, we just say search, then hint style. So we need to style our hint text. So we just say app theme. So app theme dot body medium. So here then we need our copy width. Then in the copy width, you need to pass the color that you want. So we say app theme dot text, app theme dot text muted. Okay, so text muted like this. Then we do what? Then prefix icon. Here we need to pass what? Icon. So then we say icons dot search. Okay, so then after that, we need to have the color of the icon. So we say app theme dot text muted. Okay, so text muted like that. So the next thing that we need, it is border. So we just need to have a border. So here in the border, we need to have input border dot dot none. We don't want any input border. So then content padding. So content padding here, we need to have edge insets dot symmetric. So edge, it is edge, not edget. So edge insets dot symmetric. So symmetric. So here we need to have a horizontal of what? Up theme. So up theme dot spacing what? Medium. So spacing medium, like that. Then vertical, the vertical we're gonna say up theme. So up theme dot spacing medium minus 4. Okay, so like that. So that is part for the search. So the next one that we want in this row, we need to have a what? We can have the notification. So but even though this one currently we want to implement, so we just need to have a placeholder. So with here we're gonna say up theme. So up theme dot spacing medium. So that is the distance we want between them. So we say icon button. So in the icon button we need to have icon. So in this icon we need to have a stack, because we want to stack different widgets on each other. So here we need to have a icon. So as a child, so children, the first child, it is icons. Here icons dot notification. So notification what? So notification, I want to have the outlined. So notification outlined. So this one. So then after that we need to have what? We need to style it. So color. So here in the color we need to say up theme dot text primary, like that. So then from there we need to have a comma, then positioned. So positioned, the next widget, it is positioned. So in this positioned we want to have a child. So before you have the child, we need to have what? We need to have the position. So the position, so here in the position we want to do what? We're gonna say right. So in the right side we want a distance of 0, then top want it to be 0. So that is part for that part for position. So then child, here we want a container. So the container. So container, here we need to say padding. We want a padding. So padding, here we need to have edge insets dot all, then up theme. Gonna use our up theme here. Gonna say up theme dot spacing. So spacing small, x small, this one. Then from there we need to come here. Then we need to have decoration for our container. So here in the decoration we just have to have color. So the color here we need to have up theme dot negative. So negative, like that. Then shape. So this shape we're gonna say what? So we need to say it is box shape dot circle. Okay, box shape dot circle. Okay, that is it. So after that, what we need next, so why is it complaining? Color, it is what? Box shape can't be assigned to a okay, decoration. So this one should be in a box decoration. So make sure it is in the box decoration. So like this, then we pass them. Just need to come here and close here. You can just close like this. So then box decoration, like that. Then we remove this one. So we remove one of this. So after that, now the error disappears. So the next thing that we need, it is the child. So the child in what? In our container, so in our position widget. So here we need to have our child. So child not here but inside our position. So child, where is it? So where does our, so we want here inside our container. Okay, so here we say child in our container. So we need to have a text. So here we just have a default of 3 currently, then we need to style it. So but even this one should be updated from the backend. So from apptheme dot what, body small, body x small, so body x small like that, then dot copy width. So here in the copy width we need to pass the color. So the color here we say apptheme dot text what, text primary, this one. So text primary like that. Then with a font size of, we want to have a font size of 8. Okay, so that way now we have what, now we have that part. So the next thing that we need to do, so we need on pressed. So the one here for this icon button, so it should have an on pressed. Just come here and say on pressed. So here on pressed currently we are doing nothing, so we just pass it like this, empty. Then from there we want to have a sized box. So here, so we say sized box. So sized box here we say what, width, we say apptheme. So apptheme dot spacing medium. So here in the spacing medium, just have we need to create this part for profile drop down. Okay, the one that I showed you there. So profile, we're gonna name it profile drop down. So this one gonna accept user, so we say user like that. So we need to create this one, but if that one, so this one we're gonna leave it empty currently. So just do like that. Then here, so as you can see, our build date is complaining that it's gonna return null, this one. So we need to return if we don't have anything. If the user, they are not authenticated, we need to come here after the container. Now in our BLoC builder we need to return, so return a container. So there's nothing we gonna show if we don't have user. So container like this, so we return empty container if we are not authenticated. Okay, so that one solves our problem. So the next thing that we want to handle, it is our profile drop down. So this one I want to create it in our auth feature. So we need to come here in the auth feature. Here we need to do what, to create another widget. So just come here and we say what, profile drop down. Gonna say profile, so profile drop down .dart. Okay, so this one will be used to handle the drop down that we had. So it will be a stateless widget. So we're gonna say stl. So here we need to pass it a stateless widget. We name it what, profile drop down like that. So then we need to import the material.dart. So the next thing that we need to handle, it is now that one menu button that was popping up. So let us go and start working on it. So what we are building, so the one that we are working on, first of all, let us open the interface. So as you can see here in the interface, we have built this one, the search, and also the one with the the notification with this 3 here. Okay, so now we are building on this drop down, which when you click it, it will open like this. Okay, so make sure that you understand what we are doing. So the reason why I'm not showing the moment we are developing, it's because of my laptop. So I won't show you, but just have an idea what you are building on this part. So then after we finish, then we're gonna combine everything together, then we see what we have been building. Okay, so now we need to come back to our Visual Studio Code and we continue working on this drop down now. So in this drop down, what we need to pass, first of all, we need the user. So we need to use the entity. So final user, so we're gonna say user entity, this one, we name it what, user. So then we need to have it as a required. So required, we say this dot user. So that's why we are passing it in that part. So then what we need to do here, we need to have a pop-up. So this one will be a pop-up menu button. Okay, so you just remove this one. So just remove it, and then you have pop-up what, menu button, this one. So this one gonna help us. So what we needed to accept, we wanted to accept string like this, then we start working on it. Okay, so here we need to come and we say what, we say return, not return, we say offset. First of all, the offset, then you're gonna say constant of offset of what, so offset 0 and also 40. Okay, like that. So after doing that, we need the shape of our pop-up, so menu button. So we need it to be rounded, so rounded rectangle border. So then we need to have a border radius. So border radius, so here we're gonna say border radius circular. So border radius circular, want it to be circular, so like this. Then the radius we want to pass here is up theme. So up theme dot, so up theme then dot border radius what. So we need to import this one first. So like this from our theme. So border radius, so border radius small, we want it the border radius small. So after doing that, now we have that part. So in this one we need to have what, as you hover above it, you can see the required. So this is the list of the pop-up menu. So then there's what, what else, so we pass it there. So you can see the list of things that you can pass in this one. So what I need to do here, it is what, our item builder. Okay, so item builder, so this one will be build context. So gonna pass build context, so name it well. So build context, then we say context. So here, so we need to return, so here we need to return a pop-up what, pop-up menu entry. So pop-up menu entry, this one. So this one, then it will be of string also. So then we close like that, we have a list of it. Okay, so we're gonna have a list of pop-up menu. So just say pop-up menu item. So pop-up menu item, this one. So this one, it will be of string, so we need to pass here of string. So just say string like this. So here in the child, so first of all we need to have a value. So value, so value gonna say manage. So we want to say manage account. So this one, it is the value that we need, so that will separate it from the others. So here the child will be a list style. So list style, so list style, this one. So in this one we need to have a leading. So the reason is because we need to have icon and we need to have a text. So leading, so we say icon icon, then we say icons dot manage, so manage accounts. Okay, manage accounts, so manage accounts like that. Then we have the color, so the color here we need to have app theme, so app theme dot text primary, so text primary like that. Then we do it like that. So the next part, it is the title of our list. So title here we need to say text, we need to pass a text widget. So we say manage, we're gonna say manage account, so manage account like that. Then we need to style it, so to style it we say app theme, so app theme dot body, so body what, body medium, so we need it to be a body medium like that. So that is our pop-up, what, our first pop-up item. So the next item, it is what, I'm gonna copy this one, so the pop-up menu, so this one, Control C, we need to come here and paste it, then we need to paste it twice. So the second one, it is what, change what, so change password, so change password, so change password. So here we need to lock outline, so lock outline, so lock outline like that. So then we need to give it a what, the title. So here the title we say what, change password, so change password like that. So then we have the activity log, so here you can pass all the activities the user has been doing, so activity log. So then here, instead of this one, we need to pass history like that. Then instead of manage account, we need to pass what, activity log, so like that. So this is the part for the menu. So the next one that we need, it is for the logout, so we need to have a logout also here, just paste it here. So but we need to separate them, so here we need to have a divider, so we're gonna say const then pop-up menu divider, so pop-up menu divider, this one, then we pass it like that. So then put a comma there, so this one will be a logout, so say log out. So then here we're gonna say what, the logout, so the logout icon. Then here, instead of manage account, we just say what, log out. Okay, like that. So that is our drop down, so make sure you have it like that. So now we need to have our child, so the child, this is where we want to show the, now we have that part for the username and also the profile image, so we need to have it there. So the way we're gonna put it there, it is after the pop-up menu entry, this one, after this one. So I'm gonna say child, so this child will be a container, so container like this. Then we're gonna say padding, so padding here, it is edge insets dot symmetric, so like this. Then horizontal we say app theme, so we say app theme dot spacing medium, then we minus 4. Then the next one, it is vertical, so vertical we do what, so vertical here, so vertical we say app theme, so app theme dot, we want to have a spacing small, okay, spacing small this one. So after doing that, now we have styled our vertical. It is spelled out, so vertical. So it is not like this, it is vertical like that. So that is part of the padding. So the next thing that we need to handle, it is the decoration. So the decoration, we say decoration here. So decoration, we say box decoration. So we start working on decorating our container. So now we need to decorate. So in the decoration, box decoration, what we need to pass it is the border radius. So here in the border radius, we want to have border radius dot circular. So like this, then we want it to be up theme. So up theme dot border radius what? Radius small. This one. Then the next thing that we want is the border. So just say border. So in the border, we need to border all sides. Okay. So border all. So then we say color. So the color of our border. So we're gonna say up theme. So up theme. So up theme dot border color. Then with alpha. So this is with opacity. So then we're gonna say 0.2 multiplied by 255. Then you round it to make it an integer. So that way. So now we have the what I've saved, so that we're gonna arrange it. So we have the decoration. So the next thing that we need to have, it is our child. So the child in our container here, we need to say child. So because we want a circle avatar with our profile image, and then we have a text for the user, username, or the name of the user, so the full name of the user. So here we need to have a row, so because they're in the same row. So here, so what we'll do is that we need to have the children. So here in the children, we need to pass the circle avatar. So the circle avatar here, we need to have a radius of 16. Gonna pass it to be 16. Then the next thing that we want, it is the background image. So the background image here, we want to say user dot profile. So profile, so this one can be null, so you need to check if it is not equal to null. So if it is not equal to null, so we just say network. So network image. So network image, even though we're gonna change this to cache. So user dot profile picture URL. Then here we enforce it. If when it comes to this point, it is simply means it's not null. Then failure to that, we show null. Okay. So the next thing that we want, still in our circle avatar here, we need to have the background the background color. So just come here, we say background color. So this one we're gonna say user dot profile. So the profile URL, if it is not equal to null, so but if it is, just show what. So here you're gonna say, so uptheme dot accent blue. So accent blue, want just to have a blue color, then fill in when null. Okay. So the next thing, it is on background image error. So on background image error, here we need to say user dot profile picture URL. So this one, so if it is not equal to null, so then you need to have exception. So exception here, then we have the stack trace. So stack trace, so like this. So stack trace, we name it like that. Then we need to have it here. So we need to print that error. Okay, we're gonna say debug print. We just say what error. So error loading profile image. So then we say the exception, we need the exception, so exception like that. So after doing that, so we remove one comma there, so we just have a semicolon. So then we need to do what? Not semicolon, we need to, yeah, it's semicolon there. Then here we need to do to show what? To show null, okay, like that. So after doing that, now we need to have the child. So the child here, so the child we want in what? In our circle avatar. So child, so here child, we're gonna say user dot profile, so user dot profile URL. So if it is not equal to null, so then we need to show text. So text, we want where the what? The use case, the case where email might be. So we need to use email, so as a fallback than the, so we're gonna say text. Here we say, so here we pass user, so user dot full name. So we have this getter for getting full name, so full name. So then it's empty, it's not empty. If it is not empty, so is equals to true. If it is true, then we just say what? User dot, if it is equal to true. If it is not empty, so we need to show the full name, so which will be the first part of it. Then else we're gonna show what? User dot email, then we pass it. Then here we say, then we do what? To uppercase, okay, to uppercase, we need to capitalize, so that's where we need that to uppercase. The next thing, so after that we have that part. Then the next thing, we need to style it, so we say style. So this one should be where? So let us come to our text. Where is it? So text, where does it end? So this one, it is complaining about expected to find this one. So here you just pass it here, there. Okay, so here, before we go outside the text, we need to style it. So we're gonna say style. So to style it, we need to say it's a text style, so like this. Then we pass what? Color. So here we're gonna say up theme. So up theme dot, we want to use the primary text, okay, so text, so the primary one, this one. Then font weight of, gonna say font weight, so font weight, so font weight, we do what? We say font weight dot bold, okay, font weight dot bold, so font weight dot bold. So then after that, if it is not, just return null. So here just say null, okay. So that is the part for the circle avatar. So then after that, we need to have so let me save that one first, so that we're going to be able to see it well. So make sure you have your circle avatar like that. So the next part, it is what? To show the full name. So sized box, so sized box here, we want to, we're gonna say width. So width, we're gonna say up theme, so up theme, our up theme, so up theme. Then spacing, so spacing small, so this one. So then here we need what? We need now to have a text. So text here, so text here, we say user dot full name, okay, full name like that. Then we need to style it. So to style it, just say up theme, so up theme, so up theme dot body medium, our body medium here. So the body medium, we need to have the copy width. So copy width, so this one we want to change only font weight. So font weight like that. Then we say font weight. So font weight what? Font weight dot W500. So W500. So weight of 500. So like that. Then we have comma again. So that is our part for that part. The next thing that we need, it is to have the icon for the drop down. Okay, so we're gonna say icon. So then we say icons dot arrow. So the arrow, so this one will be arrow drop down. So drop down, so like that. So then the color, so the color here we need to have it up theme. So up theme dot text primary, like that. Then we have it like that. So that is part for our profile drop down. So we need to come back to our widget. So the dashboard here, we need now to uncomment here. Then we need to import it. Okay, we just import it, you pass it like that, then you remove that. So now we have the drop down, and also we have this part for showing what, for header. So the next one we want to handle it is the sidebar. So our sidebar here, we need also to create that one here. So we just say dashboard sidebar. So sidebar dot. So we need to start working on this class. Okay, so in this sidebar, this is where you have the items in our screen. So as you open here, you can be able to see the different parts of this one. So this sidebar, we need it to be collapsible. So you can collapse it. Then when you collapse it, we want it to be able to show even when you hover above the icon, be able to see the hint text. Okay, so let us go back to our VS Code and we start working on it, so that we need to work here. So the first thing that we need a navigation controller that's gonna be used to control the navigation between the items in our sidebar. So we need a class here. We're gonna say navigation, gonna name it navigation. You can put it outside here, but I want to put it here because I'm gonna use only here. So controller, so extends what, value notifier. So value notifier, so this one, when the value changes, it changes. Okay, so it notifies there's something that has changed. So here we need to have a static, so static final navigation controller, this one. Then we need to name it instance, so like this one. Then we do what, navigation, so navigation controller, this one dot internal. So like that. So then we come here and we define our instance. So factory, gonna say navigation controller. So navigation controller method here, we need to return our instance. Okay, instance like that. So then we need the internal here, navigation controller. So this is singleton, so because we don't want to initialize it anywhere else, so we just say what, so navigation controller. So we want only one instance of this, so that's why we are using this style, the singleton style. Okay, internal. So like this. Then we need to say super. So gonna say super here. We're gonna say the dashboard will be there. So the dashboard, so this route we're gonna create it later. So then we need to void void create what, set current. So this one will be used for routing here. So then we're gonna pass the string route here. So when it is passed here, what we need to do is that we need to use the widgets binding. So capital widgets, so widgets binding. So then we widgets binding, so binding what, so binding this one. So then we say dot instance, we need the instance of it. Then we want to add the post, so this one to add post what, frame callback. Okay, so as you can see, so this one schedules what, schedule a callback, okay, for the end of frame. Okay, so here what we need to do, we just need to have underscore there, we ignore that. We need to pass here what, we don't want anything there, we just ignore it like that. So here we need to say if value is not equal to, so value it's not equal to route, if it is not equal to the route that we pass here, so we need to return. So value, we need now to assign it to the route. Okay, so to the route like that. Then you put the semicolon there and also here. Okay, so what else, if value, let us see, so if value, so here, so this one you need to close it. If value is not equal, so you need to close this. So then the void callback, so then we need to have this one, we close it here. Then the next one, we need to remove what, this one here. Then we need to have this here. Okay, so like that. So that is the part for the navigation controller. So now we need to create a stateful widget. So outside this class, so here we need to stay stateful, so STF. So we need to create this stateful widget. So here we're gonna name it dashboard, so dashboard sidebar. So it's a stateful widget. Now we need what, now here what we need, it is final bool. So this is want to know if it expanded or not expanded. Okay, so it's expanded, so like this. Then final void callback, so void, so this one it is for toggling, so either to activate it or not. Okay, so this one will be nullable, so on toggle like that. So here we need to bring our variables to initialize them here in the constructor. So it's expanded. By default we want to set it to true. Okay, so then this on toggle. Okay, so now we have that one. So the next thing that we want to do, it is now to start doing what now. So here I want to have a navigation service that will be used for navigating, so that it will, we don't want to use the custom one from the Flutter. So we need to create our own service. So here we are going to pass it here. So what we need to do now, we need to create that one in the service. So you just come to the service here. So look for the service. Where is it? Did we have the service folder? So it seems like we don't have, so we need to create one. So we just say service, so service like that. So in this service, what we need our navigation service. Okay, so just come here, just say what, this will be used for navigation. So navigation service, so like that one. Then we say .dart. So here it will be a simple class, so the one that will be used to get the push named, so like that. So class navigation, So navigation service, navigation what? Navigation service. So in this class we need to use the global the navigation state. Okay, so final we say global, so global key, so global key. So in this we need the navigator state, navigator state. So this one, so this one like that. Then we do what? We name it navigator. So navigator, so navigator key, so is equals to global, so global what? Global key. Then we pass the navigator, so navigator, so navigator what? State. So like that, then like that. So that's it. So the next thing that we want here, it is future dynamic. So future dynamic, so like this. Then we do what? Then we say push named. So then we're gonna say string route name. Then so object, so object, then we have the arguments like that. So we can pass arguments well using this one, this route. So we need to return, so return navigator key, or navigator key dot, we need to get the current state, so this one. Then we say push named, so push named, this one. So then we pass the route name and also the arguments. So the arguments here, we say arguments. Okay, so this is our custom route service. So then we put the semicolon there. Then we need for going back, so void go back. So this one we just use what? We just say return, so return navigator, so navigator key dot current state. So this is so that we're gonna be able to navigate easily in our dashboard. Okay, so after doing that, we need now to go back to our sidebar here, and we start working on it. So here what we need to do in our state here, we need to use what? We need to use with the single ticker, because we want to have some animation. So just say with single ticker, so single ticker provider mixin. So then what we need to have, it is our navigation controller. So final navigation, so navigation controller, so this one, so navigation controller. Then we name it what? Controller, so the one that will be used for controlling the navigation, so SL. So what we need to do, we need to add these ones in the injection container. Okay, so just come to your injection container. So where is it? In our DI. So here we need to register them before we start using them. Okay, so we need to start with the navigation. So first of all, I want, so that we're gonna be able to handle the navigation well, so we need to say final navigator key, so this one we're gonna say global. So all this I'm doing because of the navigation. So navigator state, so here you say navigator state like this, then we pass it like that. So we need to import them. So just do like this, then import the material.dart. Okay, so the next thing that we want to do in the core, here in the core, I want to start with the navigator key for global navigation. Okay, so here we say, gonna say navigator. So navigator key for global navigation like this. So just say sl dot register lazy singleton, register lazy singleton. So here we just pass what we need to return our global key. So global key, so global key like this. Then we say navigator state, navigator state. So like that. Then we do what, we close it like that, then we put semicolon there. Then here in this type, so we need to have a global, so global key, so global key like this. Then we have the navigator state, so navigator state like this. Then we close it there. So after doing that, so the next thing that we want to add, it is our what, our navigation controller and also the navigation service. Okay, so just come here, just below this one, then we say sl, then we do register. So register what, register lazy singleton. So this one, then we put it like this. Then we do what, we say navigation controller, navigation controller. So navigation controller like that one. So then we put here, then we need to import it. So just come here like this, we import that one. So the next one, it is what, our navigation controller. So sl register lazy singleton. So here we say what, we need to return what, navigation controller, navigation controller, navigation service, not controller. So we say service because that is what we don't have currently. So we do like that. Then we need to import it. So just do like this, then we import it. So after doing that, so the next thing that we need to do, it is to continue working on this part. So there in our sidebar, so we need to use what, sl. So sl, then we're gonna use navigation controller. So like that, then we pass it there. So then we need to import this one, the sl service locator. So we're gonna import it. So you just need to come, you hover above it, so you import it. So like that. The next thing that we want is what, the service. So final navigation, so navigation service, navigation service. So we name it navigation, so navigation service, this one. Then we need to use sl, then we say navigation service, navigation service. So we are using get it to find our services and our controllers and other things. So we need to import it there. So the next thing that we want to do, we need to define our animation. So we're gonna say animation controller. So animation controller, here we need to do what, the animation controller. So this will be used for controlling animations. So then we need let. So the reason we're using let is because we want to, they need to be initialized before they are used. So double So here it is the what width animation. So this is for the width, so that when it is increasing the size or decreasing, so when collapsing and when extending. Okay, so let animation, so animation like this, then we say double, so then we say opacity animation, so animation like that. So now we need to have some width constants, so the ones that we're gonna use to control the collapse width and expanded. So here we want to say constant, so we're gonna say double. So here in the double we say collapse width, so like this. So here we just need to have 90.0. Then we need static const double. So in this double we say what, we name it expanded width. So this is the width that we want when it is expanded, even though you can increase it or decrease it based on your interest. So then static const double, so text fade threshold. So this is when decreasing the text, so threshold. So this one we want it to be 0 point, so when to show the animation of the text and when not to show. So this is when it is in 50%, we show the animation. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do, it is what, to initialize our things here. So we're gonna say init, so we just come here and we show the what, so we need to start initializing our controllers. So the first we want to initialize our animation controller. So just do like this, then you say animation. So that this is how we want to initialize it. So animation controller, this one. Then we pass the vsync. So we use this because we already have the single ticker provider mixin. So we need, so the ticker that we need, it is provided by that, so just use this. So then duration, so the duration of our animation, we want to have a constant duration of, so duration of milliseconds, so 250, so 250 like that. So that is the milliseconds that we want. Then from there we have initialized our animation. The next one, it is the width animation. So width animation, so this one we're gonna use twin, so that is between, so it's the short form of between. So we pass double, it's a double here. So what we want it to begin when collapsing, what, when in collapse width. So then we want it to end when expanded. Okay, so expanded, so we're gonna say expanded width. So then from there we need to animate it. Okay, so dot animate, so just say animate like this. Then the parent here, we want to say parent, so the parent we want what, so we need to have the parent here, we want to have curved animation, so animation that is curved. So the parent here, you want to have animation controller, that one we initialized. Then the curve here, we need to have curves dot is in out. Okay, so curves dot is in out like that. So then we put semicolon. So that is part for the width animation. So the next one, it is the opacity. So the opacity animation here, we need to set between, so that is twin double, so double, then we pass our So here we need to have the begin. We want it to start from when the animation starts and end when the animation stops. Okay, then that is why we use 1.0 and 0. So then we need to animate. So to animate here, we need to use the curved animation also. So curved animation. So here in the curved animation, the parent, we want to pass the animation controller. So this will be the main that controls the animation. Then the curve, we're gonna say what? Here we want to say constant of interval. So we want it to go in the intervals of 0.5, then 1.0, 1.0, and also the curve that we want to have curves dot is out. Okay, so curves dot is in out, is in out, like that. So then we put the semicolon. Now we need to pass our animation controller dot value. So animation controller, dot value, so is equals to widget. So widget dot is expanded. We want to track if it is expanded. If it is expanded, we want to show 1.0. So the full animation. Then failure to that, we need to show 0.0. So then we close like that. So the next thing that we want to do, we want to check if the widget was updated. So for you to do that in Flutter, you just need to have to override the did update. So this one, so did update. So here the covariant, here we pass the what dashboard. So then here we need to implement it here. So we need to remove that one. So what we need to do here is that we need to check if widget is expanded or not. So widget dot is expanded. So we want to check if it is expanded. So and it is not equal to the old widget is expanded. So we want to check old widget, so the widget that was there. So we say old widget, so widget dot is expanded, so like that. Then here we need to say if widget dot is expanded. If it is expanded, we just do what? We just force our animation to go forward. Okay, so animation dot forward. Okay, so like that. Then failure to that, if it is not, we just need to push our animation to reverse. Okay, animation controller, we need to reverse it. So reverse like that. Then we close it there. Then as our usual habit, we need to dispose them. So to dispose our animation controller, so as you know, I told you that it is a must you dispose them to prevent what? Memory leakages. Okay, so just say animation. So animation what? Animation controller dot dispose. So we do like that. Then we start working on the build method. So in the build method here, so what we need to do, we don't want to return a container, we need to return a value listenable builder, so that we're gonna listen when values change. Okay, so value listenable builder. So in this one, we need it to be a string. So the strings here, so inside this one we need to have inside here we need to have a value listenable. So value listenable, this one. So now we need to pass our controller. So the controller, our navigation controller, so controller like that. Then from there, the builder, so the builder, it will accept context. So the context and current route. Then it accepts widget, but we're gonna ignore that. So the current route, then just come here we need now to return. So return animated builder. So as I told you, this one is the only part. When you are doing like this, you want to update only that part for animation, and it's not the whole screen. Okay, so we say animation controller. So this is a controller. So in the builder, so our builder will accept what? It will accept context. So context, and it will accept what? Child. Okay, so then from there we just need to have the width. Okay, make sure you close it like that. So here in our builder we need to have final. So final current. So we want to get the current width. So like this, we say with animation. So with animation what? So with animation dot value, like that. Then final show text. So this one we want to show text and to remove it when collapsing. Okay, so we just say animation controller dot value. If it is greater than what? Text what? Text. If it is greater than text threshold, so this is the time that we want to show the animation. Okay, so we need to return now the container. So we need to return container. So here just put semicolon there. So in this container, what we need to do, we need to have the width first of all. So width, then we're gonna say the current width. So the current width, like that. So that one based on the changes. So then we need to have the color. So this one we're gonna use apptheme. So apptheme dot. So we need to import our apptheme here. So we do like this, then we import it there. Apptheme dot. We need the card background. So that is part for color. Then the child. So here the child, we want to have it a column because we want them to be in the same column. So after doing that, we need to have what? Our children. So we need to start working on these children here. So the first thing that we need to start with the build header. So this one will be used to show the header. So here you just have to pass a private method. So build header. So this one will contain the title and then the part to expanded to collapse. Okay, so it will accept the current width. So the current width, and also show text. So like that. So we need to create this one. So it is outside our build method. So here, so what we need to do is that in this method we wanted to make it responsive. So we need to create it. So we want always to show the expand button when collapse. Okay, so we're gonna say widget. So it's a widget. We're gonna say build what? Build header. So here in the build header we just need to pass what? Double. So double current width. So current width. So we want to keep track of the current width. Then bool show text. So here we need to return container. So container like this. Then we have a height of 70. So then width here, we want to track it. So we just say current width. So the next one, it is decoration. So decoration. So here in the decoration we need to have box decoration. So box decoration. So here what we need to have a border. So border. So just say border side. So border. So first of all pass it a border, then we need to border side. So bottom, we want to start with the bottom, then we say border side. border, want to have a border side of in the bottom, so we just say color. So we say up theme dot divider color dot with alpha. So with alpha of what, 0.2, so that is 20%. Opacity 0, so 0.2, then multiply by 255, then you round it like this. So then we have that, then we close it like this. Then the child, we want to have the child in this container, just have a child. So child here, child here, we need to, so here we need to show text. So one thing we want to know if we have to show text. So here we need to have two widgets. So the build what, expanded what, expanded, we need to have a build expanded what, header. So like this, then we pass the current width. So then if we are not supposed to show the text, then we just do what, we know it is collapsed, so we're gonna say build collapse. So collapse what, so it's supposed to be caps lock, we need to make like that, collapse what, collapse header. Okay, so like this, then we pass the current width. So in this one, we need to make sure that you do like that, then we need to make sure that you put semicolon there. So now we need to create this one, so we're gonna copy this. So we're gonna copy this one, the expanded width, the expanded header, just come here, it's a widget, so we need to say widget, then we paste here, then it will accept a double of, so double, we say current width. So this one just need to return a container. Okay, so we say return, so return container, so container like this, then padding, so padding, then we say const edge insets, so edge insets, so edge insets dot symmetric, so symmetric of horizontal, so horizontal 12. Then we need to have a child here, so the child here we want it to have a row. So this one we want to show the text and also the icon to collapse. Okay, so here we need to say main axis, so the child here we want a row, so just say row, then we say what, main axis what, main axis size, so just say main axis size dot main axis size dot min, we want to occupy the minimum possible space. Okay, so after that, so what we need to have, it is our children, so we need to say our children here. So this is a list, so what we need to have, the first one, we need the icon container. Okay, so here we say container, so container, then we're gonna say padding, so padding, we need to have a const edge insets of, so we want it to be edge insets dot all, so pass it 8, which it is always the default. So then from there we need to have decoration, so decoration here we say box decoration, so box decoration, this one, then we need to pass our color, so the color, so here we just say up theme, so up theme dot primary light, we want the primary light, so dot with alpha, so with alpha, then we we say 0.2, 0.2, then we multiply by 255, then you round it. Okay, so like that. So after doing that, we need now to have what? We need to have the border radius. So border radius. So in our border radius, we need to make sure it is border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. So dot circular. So then we pass it here. We say up theme. So up theme dot border radius medium. Okay, border radius medium, like that. So after that, then now we need the child. Okay, so the child here. So in this container, so the child here, we want an icon. So icon, to show that icon too. So we say icons dot analytics. So analytics, so that icon, that is the icon that you want to show, the color. So the color of the icon, so we're gonna say up theme. So up theme dot accent blue, this one. Then size, so size, then we say what? 20. So that is the part of it. The next that we want to do, it is to have the text. Okay, so just first of all, I want to save this one. So first of all, then add semicolon there, so it arranges itself like that. So what we need to do after this container, we need to have a gap between them. So constant sized box. So sized box. So here we say width. So width here we need to pass it to be 12. Then the next thing that we want to do, it is to have the text for the expanded. So we wanted to occupy the space that is there. So then we're gonna say the child, it is the text. So the text, we're gonna name it to be stylish, like that. And we need to style it. So to style it, we just say what? Just say, we want to say what? Up theme. So up theme dot heading medium. So heading medium. So this one dot copy width. So copy width, then we're gonna say what? Color. So the color that we want to pass in this, it is what? Up theme. So up theme dot accent blue. So accent blue, like that. So then we want a font size of what? Font size. So this font size, we want to make it 20. So then after that, we need to have the max lines. So the maximum lines that it can occupy, we want it to be 1. So then overflow. So the overflow, we're gonna say text overflow. Text overflow, when it overflows, we want to clip it, to cut it. So just like that. So then we have that part for the text. So then after that, I need to clear that. Then we put comma here. So here we need to do what? So we need to save like that, so that it's gonna arrange itself. So what is there? Where does it come from? Oh yeah, no problem. So here we need to do what? To check if it is expanded, if it is to toggle or not to toggle. So if widget dot on toggle, so on toggle, it's not equal to null. If it is not equal to null, so what we need to do, we need to animated opacity. So we need to use this widget animated opacity. So our animated opacity, so this one with the opacity, now we pass the one that we defined, opacity animation. So the duration here, we need to have a constant duration of, so constant duration of milliseconds 100. So but you can increase it to see what happens. So then the child, so the child here, we want the icon button. So icon button, so like this. Then icon, so we want to have animated icon like this. So we have that animated icon, then we need to pass the icon in it. So then we say animated, so these are just animated icons. So we say animated what icons dot menu close. Okay, so animated menu close, so like that. So then progress, so progress here we want to say what we want to show the animation controller. Animation, we want to use the animation controller. So this one. So let us see something. There is something that is complaining. Animated double can't be assigned to type. Animation double can't be assigned to what? Animation double can't be assigned to type of double. So we need to update this one. So let us go and work on it. So as you can see, we have that error. So animation, so here we need to pass it to dot value so that it will stop complaining about that. So we have animation controller progress. So then we need color. So color here, so color we need to say up theme. So up theme dot text primary. So then after that, the next thing that we want is what? After that, we want to have the on pressed in this icon button. So here we need to say widget. We need to pass our widget dot on toggle. Okay, so to change that, either to toggle, either like that. So then we say tooltip. Here we want to say toggle sidebar. Okay, toggle sidebar like that. So after doing that, we need to have a padding. So padding here we're gonna say edge insets dot 0 like that. Then we need to have constraints. So we're gonna have box constraints. So box constraints like that. Then minimum width. So the minimum width we can occupy. So minimum height, we can start with that one, no problem. Then minimum width, so that one we're gonna pass also 24. So after doing that, now we have the expanded our expanded header. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this one so that I'm gonna create the one for collapse. So here I'll just come here, instead of expanded we're gonna do what? Collapse. Gonna say collapse. So collapsed what? Header. So here gonna say collapsed header. Then what we need to have here, it is a stack. So we just need to come here. What I really need from this, it is what? Here we are checking the widget. So this one. So where does it start? Or animated opacity, this one. So this is the most important. So the others we're gonna remove them from this point. So just remove this. So container, gonna remove that like that. So here we need to return. So we need to return stack. Okay, we want to stack them. So here we need to have children. So in the children, so we want the main content centered. Okay, so we're gonna say center. So we're gonna have child So child here we need to have a container. So the container here we just say padding. So padding here we need to say const edge insets dot all. So dot all here we say what we need to pass 8. The next thing that we want, it is decoration to decorate our container. So we're gonna say box decoration. So box decoration. So this one, then we're gonna say color. We're gonna say app theme. So app theme dot primary light. So primary light dot with alpha. We want it to have an alpha. So the alpha, we said it is the same as opacity. So it's only that it's the new Flutter. So to be more accurate, so then dot round. Then we do like that. So then after this we need to have the border radius. So border radius, we need to have a border radius of what? So border radius circular, want it to be circular. So here we just pass our app theme. So app theme dot border radius medium. Okay, so like that. So that is the part of it. So the next thing that we want to do, it is the child. Okay, in our container. So here we need to have an icon. So icon here we say icons dot analytics. So this is what we want to show when it is collapsed. Okay, so analytics, then color. So the color of our icon here we're gonna say app theme. So app theme dot accent blue. So like this. So accent blue. So then from there the size we want it to be 20. So that is part for the icon. So the next thing, it is to show the expand button. So we need first of all put semicolon here, and also this one, it should not be curl, so it should be color. So then here just below our center we just need to paste this one. So here what we need to do, if it is on toggle, so we need to use what? Positioned. So what I need to copy from this one, it is the child. Okay, it is the child, not the child. We can decide to remove all of it. So just we need to use the positioned, so that instead of having it here, so just do what? Positioned. We want to position our toggle, our toggle button. So here the child, we want to have what? Container. Okay, so container like this. Then we do decoration. So decoration, we do box decoration. So box decoration. Then we need to have a color. So color here, so the color that we want app theme. So app theme, so app theme dot accent blue. So dot with alpha. So with alpha of what? With alpha of 0.1. So 0.1 multiplied by 255. Then we round it like this. Then we have what? Comma. Then we need border radius, this one. Then we say border radius dot circular. Okay, so border radius dot circular. Okay, so then we pass the value of 4. So we do like that. Now we have it. So from that point we need to have the child. So the child here, we want icon button. So icon button. So icon button here we say icon. So icon here we say icon. Then we pass our icons dot chevron right. Okay, So the one that we're gonna say chevron, so this one will chevron, right? So this one we have like the arrow, so but it's the chevron. So then the color, so the color here we want to have up theme, so up theme dot accent blue, this one. Then the size, so the size here you want to have what, 16. So when you do that, the next thing after passing that one, we need to have the on pressed. So when this icon it is pressed, what do we want to do? We just need to change the widget dot on toggle. Okay, so on toggle like that. Then tooltip here, tooltip we need to say expand what, expand sidebar, so like that. Then we need to have a padding, so then we need to say padding. So padding here we need to say const edge insets dot all, so all we need to pass for. Then from there we need constraints, so constraints we do what, do box constraints like that. So minimum width, so minimum width or height just need 24. Then minimum height we're gonna use what, the same 24. Okay, like that. So now we have that part. Then from that point, so what we need, first of all we need to save this so that it be organized. So then we need, now we have created this, the collapse header. So the next one that we need to do, it is the one that we're gonna handle the navigation items. Okay, so then we need here, this one we want them to be having tooltips when what, for collapsed state. Okay, so we just say widget, so widget what, build nav, so build navigation item. So this one will be used multiple times because we'll be passing a lot of things here. So required, so we need to have required icon data, icon data. So then we name it icon. Then we want what, required icon data. So icon data we say selected icon. Then from that point we want what, then we required, so then required string title, so then required, so required string route. So we want it when you click it to go to a certain route. So required what, bool, we want to know if it is selected, then required, so required double current, so current width, like that. Then required bool show text, so this one we say either we show text or not. So from there we just need to have a what, now our method here. So we just say final nav item, so the navigation item here we need to have animated controller, so animated container, not a controller, so animated container, so this one. So the duration here we need to have a constant duration of 300 milliseconds. Okay, so duration here we say milliseconds what, so milliseconds 300. So the next one it is what, our width, so width here, so width, then we say current, current width. So current width, then margin, we need a margin here, constant edge insets. So edge insets dot symmetric. So then we say horizontal. So horizontal, then we do what? Then we do vertical. So the vertical side we want it to be 4, like that. So after doing that, we need the decoration. So decoration here, we need a box decoration. So box decoration, so in this we need to have a color. So color here, it is what we want to check whether it is selected or not. Okay, so when selected, we need to show up theme. So up theme dot primary light. So with alpha of what? With alpha of 0.15, then multiply by 255, then we round it, so like this. Then after doing that, we need to do what? We need, if it is not active, if it is not selected, we just use the colors dot transparent. Okay, so transparent, so colors, so this is capital, don't forget that. So colors dot transparent, so like that. So that is it. Then we need border. So then border radius here, so we just say what? Border radius dot circular, border radius circular. So here dot circular, then we say up theme. So up theme dot border radius medium, like that. So now we need to have our child here. Okay, so just say child. Okay, so here we need to have a material. So material, so we start working on this part. So in here, the map, so in the material, so we need to do what? We need to pass the color. So color here, so the color that we want to use, it is colors. I'm gonna say colors dot transparent, so transparent, so like that. Then the child, so child here we want to have it is inkwell. So child here, so child here we want it to be what? Inkwell. So inkwell helps us to have a clickable area. So this one, so what I will do here, I will have a border radius. So border radius dot circular, so border radius, dot circular, so this one. So here we need to say up theme. So up theme dot border radius medium, this one. Then from that point we need to have what? On top. Okay, so in our inkwell, so we have something we call on top. So on top here, what we want to do, we need to handle the navigation. So what we'll do here, just have this method, so handle navigation. So navigation, so this one will handle the navigation. So we pass the context and also we pass the route. So we need to create this method. So outside that one, we need to have that method where that one will handle the navigation. So what we'll do, so just come here, just here below we say void, so it's going to return void. So then we say handle what? Navigation, like this. Then we pass the build context, So then we name it context. Then you have string route. Okay, so this one takes the context and the route, then it does what? It just uses the navigation service dot push to named to that named route. So then we say what? We pass our route here, so like that. So that one. So the next thing that we need to do, now we have that one for handling the routing. Okay, so we need to continue working on this part. So where we have the splash color. So where are we? This one still in the inkwell. So we need to have a splash color. Just here we say splash. So splash color. So this one we need to use uptheme. So uptheme dot primary. So the primary what? Light dot with alpha of what? With alpha of 0.1. so then we multiply by 255. So then we round it, so we just round it like that. So then from there we need to have the hover color. So just hover color, you can say hover. So hover color, so our hover color, when you hover above it, so just say uptheme. So uptheme dot primary light. So this one, then we wanted to have with alpha. So dot with alpha, we wanted to have with alpha of what? With alpha of 0.05, then 255, like this. Then you do what? You round it, so like that. So now we have the hover color. The next one we want it is what? Now the child. So our child here. So what we do here, we need a container. So container like this. Then we do what? Padding. So padding. So padding here, we want to pass the constants edge insets. So edge insets dot symmetric. So then we need to have horizontal of 16. So horizontal, it is going to be 16, and vertical. So vertical is going to be 12. Okay, so then from there, the child of our container. So child here, we need to have a row because we want to have an icon and also the text. Okay, so here in the row we need to have main axis size. This one we wanted to take the minimum possible size, so main axis size dot mean. Okay, so like that. So the next thing, it is our children. So just have our children here. So here in our children, we need to have the icon that is always visible. Okay, so just say sized box. So sized box. So in the sized box here, we need to have a width. So width of 20. So width of 20. So then child. So the child here, we want it to be icon. So icon, then we do what? We want to check if it is selected or not. Okay, if it is selected, so if it is selected, so here we know the moment it's selected, so we say selected icon. So we're gonna pass the selected icon. So just say selected what? Our selected icon. So like that. Else we need to show just the icon that was passed. Okay, so then we need color. So the color here, we need to check whether it is selected or not. So selected. So if it is selected, we show the uptheme. So uptheme dot accent blue. So accent blue, this one. So if it is not, just say uptheme. So uptheme dot text secondary. Okay, so text secondary. so that one. So then the size of our icon, so we need to make sure it is 20. Okay, so that is part for the icon. So then we need to save it to arrange this. Okay, so just like that. So after that, now we have it like this. So the next thing that we want to do, it is what our we need now the title. So the title, so this one is gonna show only when expanded. Okay, so in our container, in our row, so where is it? So here in this part, just need to have our text. So we're gonna show text if it is true, and the current width, so if the current width it is greater than 100, so here you need now to use the spread operator. Now we pass what? Constant sized box. So sized box, so we say width, we need a width of what? So width, then we have 16 there, like that. Then we need to do what? We need to have expanded. So expanded, so we do what? Expanded this one to occupy the space that is there. So child, so here in the child we want to have animated opacity. So animated opacity, so animated opacity here, then we pass the opacity. So we have the opacity what? We need to have the opacity animation. So where are we? So here, so opacity animation dot value, like that. So the duration here in the duration, we need to have a constant duration of, so constant duration of milliseconds, we want it to be 100. So milliseconds 100, like that. Then from there we need to have a child. Okay, so outside what? We know we want to have a child. So after that we need to have a child here. So child here we need to set as a text. So just pass the title that will be passed. Okay, so then we need to style it. So here to style, we're gonna say app theme. So app theme dot body medium. So body medium. So then with copy width, so we want to change something in this body medium. So copy width, we're gonna say, we're gonna check if it is selected or not. So color, here we say if it's selected. So if it is selected, if it is true, we just use the app theme dot accent blue. So accent blue, not that, accent blue. So else we're gonna show the what? The normal one. So app theme dot text secondary. So text secondary, this one, not tertiary, we want secondary. So text secondary. Okay, so after that we need to have a font weight. So font weight, so here font weight based on the if it is selected or not. So if it is selected, we want to use a font weight of what? We're gonna use font weight of 600. Font weight, so font weight of W600. So then else we need to use the normal one. Okay, font weight dot normal. So font weight, so font weight dot normal. Okay, so like that. So then we have that part. So the next one, it is what? Now we need to have a max lines, so we need to limit it to 1. Then the next one, it is overflow. So if there is overflow, we say text overflow. So text overflow. so we need to cut it. Okay, just clip it. So from there, now we have that point. So then, so after that, the animated, this part, after the animated container, we need to pass semicolon there. So make sure that your code looks like this before we continue. So make sure it's like this, like this, like this, so until there in the animated container. So then we need to show the tooltip when collapsed. Okay, so to show the tooltip here when collapsed, so we're gonna say if show, if it is not show text. Okay, so we need to check that one. If it is not, so here we need to return a tooltip. Okay, so return tooltip, tooltip. So this one, this widget. So in this one we need to have a message. So message here, we're gonna pass our title like that, then prefer below. So if we want it to be below or top, so we just say false, want it to be on top. So then text style, so text style, to style our text, so we're gonna say app theme dot body small, so body small like this. Then we say what, copy width, so then we copy width. Then here we need to have a color, so we just use what, app colors, app theme, I mean. So app theme dot, we need text what, text secondary, text primary. So then that is it. The next part, it is what, the decoration. So we need to do decoration here. So we need to use box decoration. So this part we need to have the color. So color, so in this color we need to do what, to have app theme. So app theme primary, so primary dot with alpha. So with alpha of what, we need alpha of 0.9, then we multiply by, we need to pass it here, we need to make sure it is 0.9, then multiply by 255, then we round it, so we round that. So from there, now we need the blur radius, so we need to blur this. So blur radius, so blur what, so blur, we need to make sure, okay, blur, not blur, we need to have border radius, I mean. So border radius, so border radius like this. Then we do what, we need to have border radius circular, so border radius circular. So in this one we just say app theme, so app theme dot border radius small. Okay, so this one. So then from there we need now to have a shadow to our box. So box shadow, so it's a list of shadows, so of box shadow. So what we do here, we need to have box shadow, so this one. So we need to have a color, so color here we say colors, so we want to have colors. So what we do, we're gonna do app theme, so app theme dot text what, text, want to have a text what, text muted, this one. So then from there what we need, it is blur radius, so blur radius, so the blur radius here we need 4, and also the offset, so where you want it to appear. So here you just say constant of offset, so offset like this, then we pass it to 2. Okay, we do like that. So that is part of it. Then after box decoration, we need what? We need padding. So padding here, so padding we say what? Const edge insets. So edge insets, so edge insets dot symmetric. So symmetric here just have a horizontal of 12, horizontal of 12, then vertical 8, vertical we need it to be 8. Okay, so like that. Then wait duration, so the time that it will be shown. So wait, so the wait duration that we need to wait, so const duration, we just do what? Have a milliseconds of 500. Okay, so this is a half second, so like that. So then child, so here the child we want what? Nav item, so nav item, so that is our navigation item. Then from there, so this one we need to put semicolon, then so it is organized like that. Then from that point we just need to return what? The nav item, nav item. So that is part of our, that is our build navigation item. So the next thing that we need to do, it is our footer, because our, as you saw in the, it was shown in the image, you will see that we have the point where we have the what? Support. So widget, so widget here we say build footer. So build footer here you just have a double current width, so current width, so here we just say current width. Then what we need to do, it is bool to show text. Okay, so show text. So in this, what will happen, so we need to do what? In this we need to, when collapsed we want to show a subtotal, expand what? Hint. Okay, so if we're gonna say if not show text, so if we are not showing text, so we need to do what? We need to return, so return a container. So here our width, so here our width, so here width we want what? We want it to pass our current width, so current width, so current width, this one, so current width. So then we need to have a padding, so just below here. So let me first of all put semicolon there. So here we need to do what? We need to have a, we need to pass it, we need to pass our, we need to pass a padding here. So padding, so we're gonna say const edge insets, edge insets dot all, so we pass 16, so like that. Then the next thing that we want what? We want decoration. Okay, so to decorate our container, so decoration here we need to do what? We need to say box decoration, so box decoration, so box decoration. Then here we need to pass border, so border here we say what? Border, so then we border, so then we do what? Top, we need to border on the top, just to show a line on the top. So here on top, so we're gonna say border border, when I say what, border side. So border side here we pass the color. So the color, then we're gonna say up theme. So up theme dot divider color. Okay, so divider color like that. Then we do what with alpha so with alpha here we need to pass it to be 0.2, so multiply by 255, then you round it. Okay, so then like that. So that is our decoration. So here we have padding, then we have this error, so just pass the comma there. So that now we need to start working on the child. So after doing that, we need to, in our child here, just need to have a column. So we need it to be what we want it to be in the container. So in our container here, just have a child. So the child here, we want to have a column because we want to have it in the same column. So we need to have a children. So here we need to have column. So we need to have icon, I mean. So in the icon we need to have icons dot keyboard what, keyboard double. So keyboard double arrow right. Okay, this one, gonna pick that one. Then I don't want it to be outlined, just want it to be right like that. So the color, so here the color we want to pass up theme. So up theme, so up theme dot text, so text secondary. So with alpha, so then 0.6, then you multiply by 255, then we need to round it off, so right like that. So then from there we need to have the size. Okay, so size here we need to have it 16. So after doing that, you need now to have a gap. So const then sized box. So sized box here we need to say height of, so height of 4, so height of 4 like that. Then we need to have what, text. Okay, so text widget here. So text, so in the text we need to say expand, so expand like that. Then we do style, so our style like this. We're gonna do what, we're gonna say style. So style we need to have up theme, so up theme, so up theme dot body small, so body small, this one dot copy width. So copy width we need color, so up theme, so up theme here, so up theme dot text secondary, so text secondary dot with alpha of what, 0.6. okay, then multiply by 255. So then we just round it off to make it integer. Then from there we need to have font size. So the font size, so we need it to be 10. Then the next thing that we need to do, it is now to come out of the container here. We need now to return, so we need to return container, so container. So here we just need to pass the width, the current width. So width, so we're gonna say the current width, so current width, so this one. Then padding, So padding here, we're gonna say const edge insets. So edge insets dot all, then we pass it 16. So the next thing we need to decorate our container, so we do decoration. So decoration here, we use the box decoration. So box decoration. So in this, what happens is that we need a border of, so here in the border we need to border, to use that border. Then we need to border the top, gonna say border side. So border side, we say color. So the color here, we need to have up theme. So up theme, so like this, up theme dot, we want up theme dot divider color. So then with alpha of 0.02, not 02, then multiply by 255, then we round it. Okay, so we do like that. Then after doing that, we need to have the child. So the child will come after this one. So here we need a child. So child like that. So we need to make sure you're outside the decoration. So we need to be where this one here. So child. So child here, we need to do what? To have a column. So column like this. Then we do cross-axis alignment. So this one, we do cross-axis alignment, cross-axis. So then we want from the start. Okay, so like this. So then from there, main axis size here, we need to have the minimum size. Okay, so main axis dot minimum. So then from there, the next thing that we need to do, it is our children. Okay, so in our column, so make sure we come here. So after that, we need our children. So like this. Then we need text. So here text, we just say what? Need help. So need help like that. Then we need to style it. So to style it, we just say what? Up theme. So up theme. So up theme dot body medium dot copy width, then font weight. So this one, so font weight here, we say font weight dot W600. Okay, so like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to have a gap still in this column. So we just need to have a gap here. So let us first of all put semicolon there. So after that, so after text, we need to have what? A const sized box. So sized box. So sized box of what? Height. We need to have a height of what? 8. So this one, we do like this. Then we need to have a container. So container. So the container, we need to have a padding of. So padding, then const edge insets dot symmetric. So symmetric like that. Then horizontal. So horizontal 16. So then vertical. So vertical, then 8. So then we need to decorate. So we do decoration. So decoration here. So decoration, we need to have box decoration. So box decoration. So box decoration like this. Then we do what? We need to have a color. So the color here we need to have app theme. So app theme. So app theme dot primary. So primary light. So primary light. So then that one with alpha off. We need to have with alpha. So with alpha of 0.2 multiplied by 255, then we round it off, so like that. Then from there we need a border radius. So border radius, this one. Then we say border radius dot circular. So border radius, so border radius dot circular. So circular like this. Then we have what? App theme. So app theme dot border radius medium. Okay, border radius medium, this one. So after doing that, now we need to have a child. So we say child here. So we say child. So the child here we want it is a row. So row, just say what? Our children here. So just pass our children. So in our children we want to have an icon. Then we say icon. So icon here we say what? We say icons dot what? So icons dot headset. So headset what? Headset mic outlined, this one. So after that we need to style it. So color. So color here we want to give it app theme. So app theme dot accent blue. So accent blue like that. So after doing that we need to have the size of 18. So after doing that, the next thing that we want a distance between that one, and we're gonna say sized box. So sized box. So sized box here we need to have a width of what? Width of 8. So width of 8 like that. So then we need to have what? Now we need to have the expanded. So this one we wanted to take the space that is remaining. So we say child. So child here we need a text. So the text that asks the support. Okay, so support center. So support center. So we want it to be capital. So center like that. Then we need to style it. So remove this one there. So we need to style it. So to style it, to just say app theme. So app theme dot body small. So body small. So we say body small like that. Dot copy width. So copy width. Then we need to have a color. So here in the color we need to pass what? App theme. So app theme dot accent blue. So accent blue like that. Okay, then the next one, it is max lines. So max lines, then we need 1. Then after that we need what? We need the overflow. So overflow, we do it text overflow dot clip. Okay, text overflow. So text overflow dot clip. Okay, so that is our part for border, for footer. So here in the footer we do like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we have done that part. So the next thing, it is to copy this one. So we have the footer, we have the nav item, then we have what? So we have the collapsed header. So this one we need to copy this one. So then we come and replace here, where here. So this one should be collapsed header. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to pass some few items, so the nav items, so that we're gonna be able to see them in the dashboard. Okay, so because we want to pass them, we just come here. So where are we? So we have created this one. So the next one we want, after the build header, we need to have expanded. So expanded to take the remaining part. So expanded. So here in the expanded, not expanded icon, so expanded, so like this. So here we need to have a child. So the child, we want it to be child scroll, single child scroll view. So we're gonna say single, so single child, so single child scroll view, this one. So we want it to scroll, and because we want to maintain the scroll, we need to pass a key. So const, then we're gonna say page storage, so page storage key. So here we need to say sidebar scroll key, like that. Then from there we need to have a child. So the child, we're gonna say column, so column like this. Then we need to have children. So here in the children, we need to have the build, what we're gonna pass our build nav item. So this one, we need to pass the icon. So the first one we want, it is icons dot dashboard, so dashboard outlined. Okay, so outlined, like that, icons dot dashboard outlined. The next one, the selected icon. So the selected icon, we want it to be icons, so icons dot dashboard, like this. Then the title, we're gonna say what, we're gonna pass dashboard, so dashboard, like that. Then the route, so the route here, we're gonna push it to dashboard, like that. Then we need what is selected, we're gonna say current route, so current route. So this one is equals to this one, is equals to our dashboard. Okay, dashboard. So the next one that we want, it is the current width, we pass like that. Then the show text, like that. So that is the first item. Then from there, you'll have different ones. So what we need to do, then after putting our items, so we need also to have what, in the end of our expanded here, we need to have the footer. So we say build footer, so build footer, this one. So here the current width, we pass like that, then like that. Okay, so that is our that part. So here we have an error, so we need to come and solve it. Page storage key, so page, don't I have spelled it well? So what am I missing? So this one should be capital. Is it a capital key? So yeah, it's supposed to be like that. So now that is our sidebar. Now we need to be able to combine them, so that all the pages and all the screens that we have, we want them to be under this sidebar and also the header. So what we need to do, we need to create a new folder, the layout, that we're gonna define here. For in the core folder, we're gonna say layout, so that everything that is being in this application will be under this what, so layout. So in the layout, we need to create what, the app layout. Okay, so that we're gonna start working on it. So in this part of the layout, so app layout, we're gonna create that file. So this one this is where we want to include our sidebar and also the header. Okay, so here it is a stateless widget, so stl, so stateless widget, so we name it app layout. Okay, so we need to import material.dart, so you need to import these ones. So here in the material.dart, so the first thing that we need to do, we need first of all to pass the widget. So final widget, we need a widget, so this one will be the child, because we want every part of our application to use this one. Okay, so then we need final global key, so global key, so here in the global key we need scaffold state. So scaffold state, here we say scaffold, so scaffold key is equals to what? Global, so global key, here we say what? Scaffold, so scaffold state, then like that. So we have that part. So what we need here, it is to pass our child, so which will be a required one, so required this dot child. Okay, so after doing that, now we have it, so we're gonna remove constant. So we need to come in the widget, so here in the widget we need to have a scaffold, so scaffold like that. So then we need to have a key. Okay, so we need to have a key here, so key gonna say what? Scaffold, so scaffold key, this one. So the next thing that we want, we need to have a drawer, so this is for mobile view when showing our sidebar and also the header. Okay, so here we need to say a drawer, so drawer, so this one will be responsive, so we're gonna use the responsive helper, our responsive helper that we created. So we need to import this one, so just open like this, then you import that. Then we want to check if it is mobile, so if it is mobile, the context there, then we need to do what? If it is mobile, we need to say what? We have a drawer, so here we say child, so the child we want to pass here, it is dashboard, so dashboard what? Dashboard sidebar, so sidebar, so we need to import this one, so dashboard sidebar. So let us see what we named it, this dashboard sidebar, so dashboard sidebar. So let me copy this one, Control C, then we come back to our layout, gonna say dashboard sidebar. So here we need to import it, so to import that, just do like that. So here in our sidebar we want to do what? So here we need to pass the is expanded to be true, or here. So then on toggle, so here on toggle, what we need to do, we need first of all to have that one, so then we need to return, so scaffold key, so scaffold key, then we say the current state, so the current state, so like this, then we do what? Close drawer. Okay, so then we close drawer like that. So after that, so we can see it is doing what? It is complaining, so we're gonna pass it to be null. Okay, so then from there our body, so our body we need to have a safe area, so safe what? Safe area, this widget. So the child here, we want to use the responsive. We're gonna say responsive helper. So responsive helper dot, we want to get the build the responsive layout. Okay, so if it is, we want to pass if mobile. Okay, so then we need to define the mobile, the tablet, and also the desktop. Okay, so just come here below, we need now to define these ones. Okay, so here we need to say class for mobile, so it will be a stateless widget. So we're gonna say class. So here gonna say, so let me use this one, so stl, so that I'm gonna create this widget. So this is stateless class. So here we need to pass it as what, as a private. So we say mobile, so mobile layout, so mobile layout, like that. So here we need to pass the final global key, so just have scaffold, so scaffold state, like this. Then we say what, scaffold key, so scaffold key, like that. Then we need what, child, final widget, so final widget child. So then we need to pass them here. So we say required, we don't need super, so we just say required. So the required, it is what, this dot scaffold key, or scaffold key. Then we need required this child. Okay, so this dot child. So after doing that, the next thing that we need to do, it is here. So in the body, so here in the body we need to, in our build, so we need to return a column, so column. So here in the column, what we need to do, column, so we want to make sure it's a column. So here we need to return, we need to have a children. So here children, we want to have the dashboard what, header, so dashboard, so dashboard what, dashboard what, header. So we spell it well, like this. So we need to import this one, dashboard header. So let us see whether we gonna get it. So like that. So here we need to have the on menu pressed. So on menu pressed, here we want to do what, we need to use the scaffold key, so scaffold key dot current state, so like this. Then we're gonna open drawer, so like that. So then after this one, we just need to have the expanded. So the expanded, this is the child, so expanded, these are the child that we're gonna pass them in these places. Okay, so like that. So that is part for what, that is part for mobile. So the next one we want, it is for what, for desktop. So we say stateful, so this one we want to be a stateful widget. So stateful widget, just have desktop what, desktop layout, so like this. So here what we need to have, it is what, child. So we're gonna have a child, so we're gonna say final widget. So widget, here we need a child. So in the child, then we need a bool to check whether it is tablet or not. Okay, so it's tablet. Yeah, so then just pass here, you don't need the keys, so super key. So we're gonna say required, so So required this dot child. So this dot child, then we say this dot is tablet. Okay, then if it's tablet, by default we want it to be false. Okay, so after that, the next thing that we need to do, it is now we want to state to control the sidebars expand status. Okay, so here in the state here, so we're gonna say bool. So bool here, we're gonna say is what is sidebar what sidebar expanded. So expanded, we need to say what it is true by default. Then from there we need to have a method to toggle the sidebar. Okay, void toggle, we're gonna say toggle sidebar. So here we do what, we just need to set state. So set state, this one. So here we need to toggle our sidebar. Okay, is sidebar expanded, gonna say it's not. Okay, sidebar expanded, so it's not expanded there. So now we need to start working on the build method. So what we need to do after that, so just come in the build method. So here we need to have a row. So here in the row, what we need to do, it is to have the children. So the children here, we need to have the dashboard dashboard. So the dashboard sidebar, this one. So in this one we need to say is expanded. So is expanded. So this one we're gonna pass our is expanded, the one that we want to have here. So then we need on toggle. So on toggle we need to use our private method here. We say to toggle what, toggle sidebar. So like that. So that is to wire up the toggle callback. Okay, then from there, after we do that, the next one, it is what, expanded. So this is for the child. So expanded, we need to have a child. Here we want to have a column. So column here we have children. So children here we need to pass a null callback for header, since sidebar toggle is what, handled internally. Okay, so we're gonna say const dashboard header. So dashboard header, this one. So dashboard header, here we have the on menu pressed. So here we need to pass it null for the reason that I have explained there. So then expanded, so here expanded, we do what, we pass the child, then we say widget dot child, like that. So that is our part for what, for our desktop layout. Okay, so after doing that, now we need to come here. So in the safe area here, so where is it, here? So here, instead of having what, so for mobile you need to pass what, mobile. So we say mobile layout. So mobile layout, this one. Then it is saying what, argument type can't be assigned to type. Argument type can't assign to type what. So like this. So what we need to do, so that we're gonna handle this one, we won't use we need to create a custom here for layout. So instead of using that one for widget, so we need to say class. So we're gonna say class responsive builder. So we need to have a, let it be a stateless widget, stl. So stl, so stateless widget. So here we need to do what? To call it responsive builder. So like this. So in this, what we need to do, we need to pass the three final, we say final widget. So final widget mobile. So then final widget. So final widget. So final widget here we say tablet. Then final widget. So final widget here we say what? Desktop. Okay. So from there now we need to pass them here in our method, in our constructor. So you pass them as required. Then from there we need to just to use the layout builder. So where are we? Did we use the state? So we need to convert it back to stateless. So just do that one, then you do convert to stateless. So in here, so in here in our container, so we don't want to return container, we need to return layout builder. So layout, so layout what? Layout builder. So in the layout builder here we need to pass the builder. Okay, so builder, this one, this is the one that accepts context and what? Constraints. Okay, constraints, we make sure we spell it well. So here we need to check if constraints dot max width, so maximum width, so maximum width here, if it is greater than or equal to 1200, we need to do what? To return desktop. So desktop like that. So else if it is what? Else if it is constraints dot, if it is max width, what? If max width it is greater than or equal to 768, so this is tablet. So just return tablet. So tablet like that. Then else we return what? Mobile. So return mobile. So like that. So after doing that, we just come here. Now we need to use this one instead of using our, here we need to replace this one with what? With our responsive builder. Okay, so responsive what? Responsive builder. So then context. So for mobile you pass mobile. So here in the mobile, what we're gonna say, element type can't. Okay, it's the same, but let us do what? Mobile. So mobile layout, we do what? We remove this context now. So then mobile layout here, so you just come here and we say what? Scaffold key. So scaffold key, we pass our scaffold key. So scaffold key like that. Then child, so child, we need to pass child. Okay, so child, so like that. Then we need for what? For tablet. So here in the tablet we need to pass the desktop layout. So child, here it is child, then we need to make sure that our established to true. Okay, established to true. Okay, so then after doing that, we need to make sure this is in the end. So move that one to the end of arguments. Then if it is desktop, just say desktop layout, then we pass child, then here the tablet is going to be false. So is tablet what? This tablet is going to be false. So after that, so what I need to do, I want to change also this one. We remove the one that we have created. So we use what? Responsive helper. Responsive helper here. So dot build what? Build responsive layout. So mobile widget mobile one position expected but 0. Okay, so responsive what? Let us check this one. So widget, then context, we need to pass context here, context. Okay, so like that. So we don't need this one, so this is just a repetition, just to remove that. So now we have the responsive layout. So then you need to move this child to the end. So that is the part for layout. Now we need how to combine them. So we need to create another file for shelling this. So we need to have a shell. So the one that we're gonna create here in the widget. So we're gonna say dashboard. So here we're gonna say dashboard shell. So dashboard shell like this, then .dart. So in this one we're gonna combine all the things so that this is what we're gonna pass to the main.dart. So before we go to the dashboard shell, we need to have an observer that will observe our routing. Okay, so we need first of all to come to our router. So we need to create that folder. So we have it. So here we have the routes. So we need to start first of all managing our routes here. So that the reason why we are doing all of this is that we don't want, the moment we go to deal with the features, we don't need to struggle a lot. Okay, so here we need to define our dashboard router. So dashboard router, so .dart. So here you need to have the navigator, so class. So we're gonna use the navigator observer, so to observe our routing. So dashboard what? So first of all we need to name this well. So dashboard router observer. So we're gonna say observer. So observer like that. So here, after having our observer here, so just say dashboard what? So router observer. So then we need to extend. So it extends what? Navigator observer. So this one, it is for navigation. So the observer for navigation. So navigator observer. So that one. So in this one, what we need final navigation controller. Navigation controller. So this one, controller. So here we need to name it navigation controller. Okay, so after doing that, we need to import it first of all. So this one, it's in the sidebar. So even though in future you're gonna remove that one from that point. So then from that one we need to create the constructor with the final field. Okay, so here we need to override the did push and those things. Okay, so when you say did, so did push, so we need to override this one. So here we need to pass the route. So route here, so here we need to make them dynamic. So just dynamic like this. Okay, so just copy this one. So not even copy, let us pass them like this. So dynamic like that. So then here we need to say what we need to pass update route. Okay, so this one update route. Okay, we're gonna create this one. So update route, then we pass our route here. So what we need to do, we need to create that one in here. So we're gonna come here, just here we say void. So void update what? Update route. So this one gonna accept the route dynamic. So dynamic, then we name it route. Okay, route like this. So here what we need to say final string. So final string, then we say route name is equals to route dot settings dot name. Okay, so here we just do what we need to have. If route name it's not equal to null, if route name it's not equal to null, if it is not equal to null, what we need to do, we need to have the navigation controller dot set current route. Okay, so just say navigation, so navigation controller, so this one dot set current route. Okay, then we pass the route name here, so the route name here, so then we have it like that. So that is our did update route. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to remove this one. Okay, so then the next one, it is did replace. So did replace, so we need to have what, gonna say replace. Let me see whether it can help me. So just need to say what, at override. So at override here we need to have what, void did replace. So like did replace, so did replace, then we have what, the route name. So the route, then we say dynamic, so dynamic like this, then it's nullable, then new route. So new route, so here just name, say route, also route name. So route dynamic nullable, then odd route, we name it like this. So then from there what we need, it is if new route, if it is a new route, so if it is not equal to null, the new route, so we just do what, update route, so we pass the new route. Okay, so we do like that. Then from there the next one, it is what, did pop. Okay, so pop, let us see here. So pop, so it is not there, so we do at override. So at override like this, then at override here we do void did pop. So did pop, so this one we say route, so route dynamic, so dynamic like this, then route, so then we say what, route dynamic like this, then nullable, then previous route, like that. Then we do what? Then we do if, we're gonna say if previous what? Previous route, it's not equal to null. Previous route, it's not equal to null, the one that we pass here. If it is not equal to null, we just need to do what? We need to update what? Update route. So we're gonna say update, so update route. So when you update route, we pass our previous route, okay? If it is not equal to null, previous route, like that. Then we close it. Then the next thing that we need to go now to our like, before we go to our shell, we need to create some few files here for routing. So what we need, it is route names. So route names, this is where we're gonna put our route names. So .dart, and also we're gonna put what? We need also the dashboard router, so the one that we're gonna put our routers. So dashboard, router, name it like that, .dart. Okay, so here in this part, we need to, first of all, need to start with the route names. So this is just a class that we're gonna have the static routes. So we're gonna have class, then we name it what? Route names. So route names. So here what we need to define it is what? Static const, we say string what? String login. So here for login, we just say what? Just do like this, then we name it login. So like that. The next one, it is what? We need to have one for screen, so for dashboard. So string, we're gonna name it dashboard. So this one we're gonna say it is what? Dashboard. Okay, dashboard, like that. So we need now to come to our router. So the dashboard router, then we define some few, the two or one, the one that we already have. So we're gonna say class dashboard router. So dashboard router. So in this class, we need to have a static method to generate routes. Okay, so static what? Static route. So dynamic generate route. So here we just pass the route settings. So route settings, we are just using the routes that comes from our Flutter. So we need to import these ones. So from the material.dart. So but if you want more enhanced, you can use what? You can use the Go router. It's a good one also. So switch here. So switch, we need to settings.names. So we want to take the name of the route, and then we compare it with the cases here. So what we want, it is case. So case for route names, we want to use the route names. So route names, we need to import it. Just come here, then we import it. So just you say login. So here in the login, we just return. So return what? Build route. So this one we need to create it. So build route, like this one. So then you pass constant of login page. Okay, think we have that one. Then we pass settings also. So then we need to import this one. Okay, like this. Yeah, so we need to now to create this build route. So this part for build route, we need to come here below. So just come here. So here you need to have a static, then we use the material page route. So material page route, we name it build what? We name it build what route. Then we pass widget here. So widget, we say page, then route settings, then we name it settings, like that. So then from there, just need to do what? To return material page route. So material page route like this. Then the builder material page route. So the builder here, we don't care about it here. Just do what? We need to return page. So the page and also settings. So settings here, we need to do what? To pass the settings. Okay, so that is it. So after doing that, now we can be able to have a case like that. Then here we need to have what? We need to close like this. Then we need also to have a case. So I want to have a case for what? So route names. So route names. So here we do what? Route names dot what? Dot dashboard. So this one we need to return. So we're gonna build route here, build route. So here in the page you want to pass here, we can do what? We can pass a widget. So we can say center. So center, because we have not created this one. So center here, we need to have the child. We say we are in what? We are in dashboard page, dashboard screen. So these ones we're gonna create them. So like that. So this one is going to be a text. So make sure it's a text widget. So then you just come here, then you do what? So you do like that, then you close it. So it is like that. Then settings, then you pass what? Semicolon there. Then we need what? Where the default route. So we need to have a default. So that is usual for switch what. So then we say build route. So here you're gonna say center. You say what? So here you're supposed to use the dashboard screen, but what we need to do, we're gonna say child. So center child. So child, then we're gonna say what? Text. So we just come here and say no pages, like that. So we do like that. So then as you can see, we solve that problem. So we have an error. Where is it? Where does it come from? So it is coming from here. Just need to pass semicolon there. So like that. So we solve the problem. So the next thing that we want to do, it is for dashboard share. Okay, so this one will be just for sharing everything. So we just come here. So it will be a status widget. So like that. So we name it what? Dashboard shell. So then we need to import the material.dart. So here, instead of returning container, we need to return our app layout. So this one prevents us from using app layout to use it in our widgets, in our pages. Okay, so here we're gonna say final navigation service. So navigation service, here we're gonna say navigation service. So navigation service, then we use SL, so service locator, then we say navigation, so navigation service, so like that. So not like this, then like this, then we close it, then we import this one, these two, so the service locator and also the navigation service. So service locator, we need to import it here, so like this. So after importing it, so here in our app layout, so here we want to have a child. So child, it is going to be a navigator. So navigator like this. So in the navigator we need a key. So the key, it is our navigation service dot navigator key. Okay, like that one. So then on generate route, so we need on generate route, we're gonna say dashboard router, our dashboard router, so dot generate, the one that we have created. So this is the one that gonna be generating our routes. Then we import that one. Then from there, the next one, it is what? Our initial route. So initial route, here we say what? Route names. So route names. So route names dot dashboard. Okay, so dashboard. So dashboard like that. So we need to import it. And here it is generate. So it is what? Generate route. Okay, so we don't need to pass the settings, we just need to pass this one. Okay, like that. So the next thing that we need to have the observers that observe our routing. So observers, so here in the observers we do what? We pass our SL. So we need to pass this one to the dashboard router. So dashboard route, so dashboard route observer, so route observer like this. Then we do like this. So we need to import it. So dashboard route observer, let us copy it the way we created it. So just come here, just copy this one. So after copying, you just come and paste it here, so like this. Then we import it. So that is our part for dashboard shell. Okay, so because now we have that one, we need to inject it to our injection, so the dependency injection. So come here, so we come where we have the routing, where we have registered them. So here, just come here below and we say sl dot register lazy singleton. So register lazy singleton. So here we need to pass what? Our dashboard. So Control V, I'm gonna paste that one, then SL like that. So then we need to import it. Okay, like that. So after doing that, we need now to come to our main.dart. So in our main.dart, so here we were not in the main.dart, our app dot app.dart. So here you are just showing what login. So where is it? This one. So we have this for build home. So where we were showing the text, so now we need to show the dashboard shell. Okay, so we're gonna say return const of dashboard what shell. Okay, so this is the one that gonna open our dashboard. Okay, so after that we just need to import it like this. So the next thing that we want to do, we want to test our application, but before we start testing our application, one thing I think we can do the manage. But before we do that, let us first of all test the application and see if it is working. So let us open our terminal here, and so let us wait for it to open. So let me expand this one. So we're gonna say Flutter run in the Chrome. Okay, so like this. So let us wait for it to run, and then we see how it looks like. So as you can see, our application, it is running. So let us open our Chrome. So here in the Chrome, we need to enter the login details. We say general at gmail.com. We want to see what we will see. So gen tech, yeah, like that, the one that we created. So let us see whether we're gonna be able to see our sidebar and also what our. So as you can see, we have our sidebar, and we are saying we are in what? In dashboard screen. Then we have this one. So like this one. So what we need to do, we need to create this one, the manage account. Okay, so the manage account, this is what we're gonna work on in the next session. So let us go and start working on it. So what we are creating, it is this one, the sidebar. So we have this need help, then this one, so it's collapsible like that. Then when you hover above this one, you can see this one. So then we have this one, and also we have the expand one here. So then to expand, you just click this one. So that is what we were creating in the sidebar. So the next thing that we created, it is also this part, then we had this part. So then we have the logout. So we need to implement the manage account and also the logout. So let us go and we start working on it. So here we need to open our Visual Studio Code and we start working on it. So before we start working on the manage screen, the manage user profile screen, so we need to open what we are creating. So as you can see here, so we have this part for where we can change the profile picture, then you can change the first name, last name, and also phone number. Then you can update your profile. So this is what we want to create. So let us go and we start working on it. So what I will do, so let me open the Visual Studio Code and we start working on it. So here in the Visual Studio Code, first of all, I want to remove this one. So what I will do, we'll come to our auth. So in the auth here, we need to create the manage account. So manage account page. Okay, so you say manage account, so account page .dart. Okay, so here what we'll do, it will be a stateful widget, then stf, so then it will accept the user entity. So stateful widget, we're gonna name it manage account page. So then we need to import our package, that is material.dart. So here first of all we need to have a user. So user, we're gonna say final user, so user entity, so user entity. So here you name it user like this. So then you need to pass it here as a required parameter. So required this dot user. So after doing that, now we have the user, so we need to import the entity. So from the domain, so here in the entity, so after doing that, we need now to have the text editing controller, so the one that we can use to change different things. Okay, so here we need to come to our manage. So here we need to have let text editing controller, text editing controller. So text editing controller, we're gonna name username, so username controller, so controller like this. Then from that point we need to copy this, just copy, then we paste. Then instead of username, the other one we want it is for email controller. So email controller. Then after that we have what? First name what? First name controller like this. Then we want what? The last name, so last name controller, so controller like that. Then we have what? Then we have the phone controller, so just say phone controller. Okay, this is what we want. Then I'm gonna remove this one. Then we need a form key, because this will be a form. So final form key, so form key is equals to global, so global what? Global key. So then we say form state, so like this one. Then we pass there. So what we need also now, it is for image. So in website, as I said earlier, you need to use the unit 8 list. Okay, unit 8, so unit 8 list, so this one. So this will be the web what? Web image bytes. Okay, we want it to be a private, so say web image bytes. Okay, so like that. We need to import this one. Just come here and you import, it is unit UINT. Okay, UI, so like that. Then we import it, so UINT, not unit, UINT 8 list. Okay, so then we import it from the type data, so like that. So now we have the web images. So now we need the image picker. So here we need to use the image picker. So what we need to do, we need to open terminal here. Then we're gonna add our image picker. So Flutter pub add, we need to add what? Image, just name it image picker like that. So as we wait for it to continue downloading, so we need to continue working on it. So here we have the image, so we have that one. So the next one we need to do it is for image picker. So final image, so that one we're gonna say image picker. So then we're gonna name it picker, a private variable. So picker here we're gonna say what? Image picker. So this is our image picker, we're gonna import it. So then we need bool, so we want to track if the image it is changed. Okay, so the moment the user changes their image. Okay, so after that, what we need to do, we need to initialize the controllers. So what I will do here, I'm gonna have a void So void, we're gonna say what? We're gonna say void. Here we say init controllers. So controllers like this. Then we do what? Then we come here and we say username. So username controller. So controller. So this one, it is a text editing controller. Text editing controller. So controller, then we need to pass the text. So when you open this page, you want to come with the current what? The current username. So you say widget. We just get it because we are passing the user. So as you saw, we were using user entity as a required. So the moment you open this, you need to pass the user. So then after that, we need what? So I'm gonna copy this one. So Control C, V, so like that. So here, instead of username, we need what? We're gonna say what? Email controller, not email controller. Oh yeah, email controller. Email. So email controller. So here, instead of full name, we need to have username. So username, like that. Okay. So then email controller, we need to have what? Our email. So email, like that. Then instead of username controller, also we need first name. So first name controller, then widget dot first name. So first name, then we have what? The last name. So let us have the last name controller. So we just have last name. So last name. Then the other one, it is for phone. Okay, we just come here and we say phone what? Phone controller. So then we need dot phone number. So phone number. So but if we don't have, we need to check these ones. So like this, we need to pass empty string here. Then also even in the last name. So like that. So now we have this one. Okay, so the thing that we want to do, it is now we have them, we need to import the image picker, the one that we downloaded. So then I'm gonna remove this terminal here. Then we want to go to the init. We need to have a init what? The init method here. So we're gonna say init. So init, so this one, init state. So in init state, we need to initialize our what? Our controllers. So like that. So after doing that, we need to be able to check if we updated what? Did we update the widget or not? So we need to have the did update. So we need to come here below our init controllers. Then we say did update. So we want to get this one. So here, what we need to do, we need to remove this one first. So then just below after this one, we say if odd widget dot user. So dot user, it's not equal to the one that we have, widget dot user. So it simply means it was changed. So we need to initialize our controllers. Okay, so we need controllers here. So we do like that. Then we need a way to validate our form. So we're gonna create that one method, and also we need another private method to be able to get the image. So let us go and start working on that part. So before we start working on that part for picking image and also for validating the form, we need to start working on the build method. Okay, so here we need to start with the scaffold. so scaffold here. So what we need to do here, we need to have the up bar. So up bar, gonna say up bar. So up bar here we need to pass what? Title. So here in the title we need to have text. So just say manage. So we say manage account. Okay, so like that, simple as that. Then we need what? In our what scaffold, what we need, it is outside title text. Then after our up bar, so we need to have the background color. So the background color, so here we need to have it to be, we can use what? Okay, we can say colors dot transparent, even though this one we will remove it, so let it stay without even. So let us comment that one. So here we need to have a body. So body here we need to have a single child scroll view, so it will be scrollable. So single child scroll view. So here we need to use the child, we want a padding. So here we want to have a child of padding, so just say padding. So here in padding, what we need to do is that we need to pass the padding here. Then we say edge insets. So edge insets, we want what? Dot all. Okay, we want it to use the up theme. So up theme dot what? Spacing large. Okay, so spacing, so we need to import this one, up theme first. So just do it like this. So import that one. So after importing that, we need to have spacing what? Spacing what? Large. Okay, so that one. Then after doing that, we need to have the child. So the child here, we want to have a card. Okay, so it is a card. So in the card we need to have elevation. So the elevation that we want it to be 4. Then shape, so shape here we want it to be rounded what? Rectangle. So rounded rectangle border. Then border radius, so border radius here we need to say border radius. So border radius dot circular. So dot circular here we need to do what? Up theme. So up theme dot border radius. So border radius dot large. Okay, we want it to be large like that. Then the next thing that we need, it is what? Child. So here we need to say child. So the child that we want to pass here, we want it to be a padding. So padding like this. Then we have padding edge insets dot all. So edge insets, so edge insets dot all. So dot all, this one. Then we say up theme. So up theme dot spacing large. Okay, so like that. So after doing that, we need to have the child in this what? This padding. So the child here, you want it is what? You want to use BLoC consumer. So that one combines what? The BLoC listener and what? BLoC builder. Okay, so here you need to use BLoC consumer. So BLoC consumer. So BLoC consumer. So here it accepts auth block. So auth block, then auth state. So auth state like this. Then we do like that. So we need to import them. So just import the BLoC from what? From a Flutter block. So first of all, import the auth block, then import block consumer. So block consumer from the Flutter block. So after that, now we have the block consumer here and our. So here, what we need to do, we need to have a listener. So listener. So we need to have listener. Gonna say listener. So this one it's not supposed to be here. So make sure like this. So what happens is that we need it to be in this class. So we say listener. So here in the listener, we need to pass the context. So context and also the state. Okay. So after that, now this is where we put our braces. So here in our listener, so we need to do what? If we want to check the state, if what? If state is what? Profile update success. So we want to check if it is update success. So if it is this one, we are in this state. So what we need to do, we just need to show the scaffold messenger. So we need to show a snack bar, that is. So we use the scaffold messenger dot of context. So here of context dot. So dot, we do what? Dot what? Show snack bar. Show, gonna say show snack bar. So here in the show snack bar, we do what? We say snack bar. So this one, then the content that we want to pass it is what? We want to tell the user that account, gonna tell the user account updated successfully. Okay, so updated successfully. So like that. Then we need to style it. So style it here, we're gonna say what? App theme. So app theme dot body medium. Okay, body medium. So here in the body medium, then we do like that. Then we need what? We need to make sure that outside this one, we need to have the background color. So the background color we used app theme. So app theme dot positive. Okay, so positive like that. So then after that, we need to put the semicolon there. So like that. So make sure that you have it like this. So after that, what we need to do, we need to have a set state here. Just still in the profile update. So then we need to say set state. So we do set state this one. So here we need to do what? To say image what was changed. Okay, so this one we need to set it to image changed. So image changed here. So changed. Then we're gonna set it to false. Okay, so did we create this method, this flag here? Did we? So image changed. Okay, it is supposed to be capital C. So make that one changes. So make that change. So here now we set it to false. Then as if, so as if it is not in this state, it is what? In state is what? Profile update error. So profile update error. So in this one we say what? We need to, I'm gonna copy the other one. Gonna copy this snack bar here. So just come, we do what? I want it up to here. Control C. Then you come it here and you paste it. So what I want to change, so we're gonna say failed. So failed to do what? To update account. okay, to update account. So then we remove this one, so like that. Then this one, it won't be a positive, it will be a negative. Okay, so this is how you do it. So when you look at it, when we pass a certain state, so we just show it based on the event. Okay, so when the user updates, so it will either be successful or it will fail, and if it fails, we are in this state. Okay, and if we are in this state, we need to show this snack bar here, and if it fails, we show this one. So else, so that is for that part. So else we need to show the, so outside our here we need to have what, so we need to have a builder in our BLoC consumer. So builder, so here in the builder, it accepts context, so context and state. Okay, so here we need to say final current user. So current user, so current user here is equals to state is what, authenticated. We want to check if it is authenticated. So if the state it is authenticated, so we're gonna show state user. Failure to that, we just do what, just use the current what, so widget dot user. Okay, the one that it was passed here. So now we need to start working on the form. So after doing that, now we need to start working on the form. So here in the builder, so what we need to do is that we need to return form. Okay, so return form. So our form, we're gonna pass the key, so we're gonna say key, so we're gonna say form key. So form key, so this is good for validation and other things. So then even for sending the data. So child, so here we need to have a column because we want them to be in a column. So here we just do what, we need to have cross access alignment. So cross access alignment, we wanted them to start. Okay, so we're gonna say cross access alignment dot start. Okay, so cross access alignment dot start. Then after that we have the children. So the children here, we need to start working on them. So here we need to say text. We're gonna start with the widget for text. So this one we're gonna say manage account. So like that one. Then we need to style it. So to style it, we're gonna say app theme. So app theme dot heading medium. Okay, so heading medium. So that is the part for that text. So the next thing that we want, so first of all need to put semicolon there. So the next thing that we want after text, we need to have a gap there. So we're gonna say sized box. So sized box, so in our sized box here, we need to have a height of app theme. So app theme dot spacing large. Okay, so like that. So then we need to have the profile section. Okay, so here you're gonna say profile picture. So profile picture section. Okay, so here what we need to center it. So we're gonna say center. So then child, so child here you want to have a column. So column, then we have children. So children, so here in the children we need to have a private method that we need to create here. So build, we're gonna name it build profile picture. Okay, so like this. Then we pass the current user in this method. So like that. So current user, so we do it like that. So just put comma there. So we need to work on this method. So because it's a private method, we need to come to the what. So we need to come outside the scaffold. So here outside the scaffold here, so that we're gonna say widget. So we're gonna say widget dot widget, then we say build what, build profile. So build profile picture, so build profile picture. So then we're gonna pass our user entity, then we name it user. So then here we want to return a stack, so return stack, because we want to stack some widgets. So here we need the children. So the children here, we need first of all to put semicolon there. So we need to start working on the children. So here we need first of all container. So container, so this container will be having a width of 120. So then we need what, height of 120. So like that. Then we need to have decoration. So this is to show the profile image. So decoration, we say box decoration. So box decoration, so box decoration like this. Then we make sure that we say shape. So shape, we're gonna say box what, box shape. So box shape dot circle. So then after that we need the color. So the color here we're gonna say up theme. So up theme dot accent blue. Then we need to say with alpha of what, with alpha of 0.2. We need first of all to put it inside here, 0.2, then we multiply by 255, then we round it like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we want, it is what, our border. So border, we want to border all. So border all, so border all, so to border all, so like this. Then we need to do what, so border all. Okay, so here border all, we need to pass what, the up theme, not up theme, color. We need to have a color for all. So we're gonna say up theme, so up theme dot border color. Okay, so border color like that. Then a width of 2. Okay, so we need it to be width of 2. Then from there, so we need to have a child in our container. So child, so we need it to be outside this one. So we're gonna say child. So child, we need a clip over. So clip over, so this is a widget. So clip over, we're gonna have a child. So in this child, we need to create this one, build what, build profile image content. Okay, profile image content, so that we're gonna show the profile. So we need to copy this one. So Control C. So you need to come just below here. Okay, we just come below here, just what, do widget. So widget here, we just paste it like this. Then we pass the user entity, then we name it user. So after that, what we need to do here, we want to check if the image was changed. We need to show the new image. Okay, so we're gonna say if image changed, if it is true. So if image changed, if it is true, and what, and web image bytes. So this one, it's not equal to null, if they are not equal to null, so we need to return image.memory. So image.memory, then we pass our web image bytes. Okay, web image bytes. Okay, then we need force there to enforce there. So fit, we want it to fit now to cover all our, so we're gonna say box fit. So box fit dot cover, so that one we cover the space we have. So width, so the width here we're gonna have it 120. Then height it is what, 120. So like that. Then error builder, so error builder, so this one will be build when there's an error, so context, then error, so this one will be called when there's an error. Okay, stack trace. So here we need to come here. So in this we need to return what, a build fallback. We need to have this one, fallback what, fallback, so fallback avatar. Okay, so this one. So then we pass user. So here what we need to do, we need to create this method first, so that we're gonna be able to show this one if there is an error. Okay, so we just come here below to be an easy method. So widget, so here widget, we're gonna say widget, then we paste this one, then we do what, we pass the user entity like this, then we name it user, then from there we just return center. So center there, then we're gonna have a child, so we're gonna have text. So text here we're gonna say user dot full name, we want to get from the full name. So full name dot is not empty, so if it is not empty, we just say user dot full name, so dot full name. So then we need the first letter. Okay, so that is why we pass 0, then to uppercase, we want to make it capital letters. Okay, so we need to capitalize it. Failure to that, so we just have to pass the u, so that is just saying user. So then from there we need to style it. So our text here we're gonna say style. So to style it we just say up theme. So up theme dot heading what, large. Okay, so this one dot copy width, so this one copy width, then we say color, so color we say up theme. So up theme dot what, dot accent blue, so accent blue, this one. So after doing that, now we put semicolon in this part, so then we finish that one. So we need to solve this error here, we need to capitalize that one. So here in the widget, now we have the what, so now you have the avatar, the fallback. So we need now to continue working on this part. So after our error builder, after we have the memory, so we want to come here, we want to, if the user has a profile picture, we need to show it. Okay, so if we're gonna say user dot profile picture, so here if profile picture URL it's not equal to null, here, and user dot profile picture dot URL, then it's not empty, here you just do what, we need to come and show that image. So return, so image dot network. So here we need to say user, even though here we are supposed to use the cached one, but we have not yet we have not installed it in our system, in our project. So first of all, we're gonna use this one, then later we're gonna change. So fit here, we're gonna say box fit. So box fit dot cover. So then with it is what we want it to be 120. Then height will be 120 also. Then from there we need to have what, the error builder. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this one, it's the same, just copy, Ctrl C, then you come and replace it here like that. Yeah, we do like that. Then first of all we do like this, we pass the semicolon there. So after that we need to have the loading builder here. So here it is what we need, the loading builder. So the loading builder, we need to pass the context. So you need to have context, then child, then we have loading progress. Okay, so loading progress. So here we need to do what, we need to return center. So we need to return center, then the child, it will be circular. So circular progress indicator. So circular progress indicator. Then here we need to pass value. So here we need to say value. If it is loading progress, so loading progress dot expected bytes. So expected total bytes. So total bytes, if it is not equal to null, so if it is not equal to null, we need to say loading progress. So loading progress, then we say cumulative bytes. So cumulative bytes loaded. Okay, so then from there we say loading. So loading what, loading progress. So loading progress dot expected what, expected total bytes. Okay, so like this. So then we enforce there. So what we need to do, so what is happening here, loading progress. So here we need to do what, first of all we need to have if. So here we need to have if loading what, if loading progress, loading, if loading progress, if our loading progress it's equal to null first. If it is equal to null, we just need to return child. Okay, so then from there, so make sure this is loading progress. So let us copy this one. So just come here, Ctrl C, then make sure you pass it there. So after doing that, now if it is not null, so now we have here, then we have our bytes there. So then failure to that, we just have null. Okay, so then after doing that, we need to have comma, then we need a stroke width. So our stroke width, so here we need to pass it to 2. Then the color, so the color of our progress indicator, it is upward, up theme dot accent blue. So accent blue like that. Then from there just pass what, our semicolon there. So that is part for the image. So failure to that, if you don't get from that, we just need to have a fallback to initials. Okay, So we just return, so return what? Build. So build what? Build fallback avatar of that user. So like that. So that is part for this one. So here we have what? Return child. So make sure you pass it, you pass semicolon here. So that is part for the image content. So we need to continue now working on the other parts. So where were we? So in our profile image content, so did we complete it? Now we need to position it. So the clip over, so where is it? So here in the clip over, so we have it. Now we need to do what? We need now to position. So we're gonna have a positioned what? So positioned here. So we're gonna have a child, but before, so you need to have it as a container like this. Before we work on that, we need first of all to set the position that we want to put this one. So bottom it will be 0. So bottom we want it to be 0, then top, bottom right we want right here to be 0 also. Then we start working on our child. So here in our child here, so we need to start having the padding. So padding here, so we say what? Edge insets dot all, then we pass it 4. Then from there, decoration. So decoration, so here we have box decoration. So box decoration, here we need to do what? We need to have a color. So we need a color here. We say up theme. So up theme dot accent blue. Then we have shape. So shape here we say what? Box shape. So box shape. So box shape dot circle. So then we have border. So our border here we want to say border dot all. So then I'm like color. So color, we need colors dot white like that. Then width of 2. So that's it. Then we need to have what? Our in our container we need still to have our child. So we say child here. So the child that we want to pass here is a gesture detector. So the one that we're gonna use to pick our image. So gesture detector. So this one we're gonna have on tap. So when you tap it, we want it to just pick image. Okay, so we're gonna say pick image. So this method. So what we need to do, it is now to create that method. So let us create this method on this part. Okay, so just come here below. I just want to add it here. So future, it's a future method. So future void. So here you just say pick what? Just name pick image. So then it will be an asynchronous, so async. So like that. Then here we just need to try. First of all, we try to final, we say x file. So x file. So then picked what? Picked file. So this one will be coming from what? From our image picker. So await. So that is where we are getting there. So picker, we need to say pick. We need to say pick image. So pick image, the source, we're gonna say image source. So image source dot what, gallery. So that one, because we want only the image. So maximum width, will be 800. Then maximum height, so it will be 800. Then image quality, so image quality will be 85. So after that, now we have that one. So we want to check if picked image, if picked file, the one that we have here, it's not equal to null. If it is not equal to null, if you have picked. So for web, we read the file as bytes. Okay, so we say final bytes. So final bytes is equals to await. So await, here we say picked what, picked file dot read as bytes, as that way. Then we need to set state. So set state, so I want this one. So here in the set state, we need to have our web image bytes. So our web image bytes here, we need to set it to our bytes, the ones that we got. So then we image changed, we want to say it is true. Okay, image changed, we're gonna set it to true, like that. So then after that, now we gonna, if our try fails, we need to do what, to catch it. Okay, so we need to catch that. So we catch it like this. Then we say if, then we do what, we say if mounted, if our widget is mounted, we want to what, we want to show a scaffold messenger. So scaffold messenger, this one dot of context. So then we need to show the snack bar, show snack bar. So show snack bar like this. Then we say snack bar, so snack bar like this. Then we say what, the content. So the content here, we need to have what, text. So text here, we say what, failed to pick image. So to pick image like this. Then we do what, we pass here. So then from there, we need to style our text. So style here, we're gonna say up theme. So up theme dot body what, body medium. Okay, so like this. Then from there, if we want to set the background color, so just come here, we say background color. So the background, where are we? So we want to make sure we are inside this one. So here, background color. So here we say up theme. So up theme dot negative. Okay, up theme dot negative. So then we put semicolon there. Okay, so here you need to pass comma. Make sure you pass that comma there. So that is our method for picking the images. So then we need to go back to our on tab. So after that, what we need to, it is a child. So the child here, we want it is what, icon. So icon, just have icons, what, icons dot camera alternative. So alt, this one. So then the color, so the color here, we need to do what, to say colors dot white, like that. Then the size, we want it to be 20, so like that. So that is our part for what. So this is our build profile picture. Okay, so that is it. Now we need to build profile picture. What is going on? So this one user entity, so can't be what, the named current user. Okay, so we have that part. So we need to do what? So we need to define our current user. Did we not define it here? So this is caps lock, so make it like that. So after we get the image, the profile picture, now we need to have a what? So below here we need to have a gap, so sized box. So sized box, so here we need to have a gap of height of the space up theme. So up theme dot spacing medium, so spacing medium like this. Then the next one, now we need to have a what? Text. So we need to have a text button, so text button. So here in the text button we need to have, on pressed we want to pick image, so pick image, this one. Then the child that we want to have here, we want to have an icon. Okay, so this one we want it to be a text button dot icon, so dot icon. So this one, instead of child here we need what? Icon. So icon like that. So here we need to pass the icon, so just say icon, so the icon widget. Then we say icons dot photo library, so photo library, so like that. Then from there, so text button dot icon. Why is it complaining? Okay, the label, so label here. So then we say what? Text. So text, what we're gonna say? Change profile picture like that. So then we need to style it. So to style our text button, so just say what? Just come here, then we say style it. So style here gonna say text button, so text button dot style from where? So foreground, so foreground color. So we need to have up theme what? Up theme dot accent blue. Okay, this one, the accent blue. So from there it is complaining about what? Argument can't be assigned to type text style. Okay, this one, text button. Okay, button style. Oh yeah, so this style, it's not supposed to be here, you need to cut it. So this one is supposed to be in the text button here inside, so like this. Then you remove this one. So that is the part for profile picture. So the next one that we want, so we need to save it to arrange it. So the next thing that we want to do, just below our text button, we need to have the text fields. Okay, so sized box, so sized box here, we need to have a height of, so height of up theme, so up theme dot spacing large, so spacing large like that. Then the next thing that we want to do, we need to create a method for our text field. Okay, so that we're gonna be able to handle the text fields. So what we'll do, we need to create this widget, so the custom one that will be able to use here. So just need to come here below, just here, gonna say widget. So here in the widget we're gonna call it build what? Text field. Okay, like that. Then we need to pass what? we need to pass some required. So required, one thing, we need text editing controller. So text editing controller, text editing controller. So then we name it controller. So the next one we want it is required. So required string. So the label text. So label text. So then from there we need bool, the read only, because there are some feeds we want them to be read only. So read only here we set it false, then by default. So then string, so function, so string function, then we're gonna say string like this, then we pass it here, then we do what, validator. So validator, then text input what, so text input type. So text input type, so here we say keyboard type. Okay, so that is it. Now what we need to do, we need to return text field here. So just say return text field, text form field, this one. So then we need to have the controller. So the controller here, it is going to be what, so our controller, the controller that will be passed. So then the next thing that we want, it is read only. So this one we need to pass our read only. Then validator, we need to pass our validator. So validator, our validator. Then the next one, it is keyboard type. So keyboard type, here we need to pass our keyboard type. Okay, so keyboard type, the one that we defined. Then the other one, it is what, decoration. Now we need to have the decoration. So we need the input decoration. So input decoration, here we need to have a label text. So label text, we pass our label text. So label text, so like that. Then label style, so this one we need to style it equally to all. So we say app theme dot body medium, so like that. The next one, it is border. So border, we need outline input border. So where you pass the border radius. So border radius, here we need to have border radius dot circular. So border radius dot circular. So here we need to pass what, we need to say app theme. So app theme dot border radius small. Okay, border radius small, like that. So the next one we want, so outside here we need to have what, border side. So the border side, we need to say border side. So border side, so border side, here we do what, we just pass the color. So the app theme, so we say app theme. So app theme dot what, border color. So like that. So the next thing that we want, so why is it complaining? So like that, we need to pass there. So the next thing that we want, it is the border. So then we need what, enabled border. Okay, so enabled border. So in this one we need to have the outlined what, outlined. So I'm gonna copy this one, the same, this one outlined. So Control C, I'm gonna come here and paste it like that. So then we continue. So then we do what, the next one, it is what, we need the focused border. So just come here, just below there. So focused border. So here, this one, just paste that one. So but in the focused border, we need to have a width for border side. When it is focused, we need to do what, width of 2. So we wanted to have a width of 2. Then from there, then we need what, the error border. So when we have an error, so make sure it's outside this one. So the error border here, so error border, this one, so we need to pass this one, but what will happen is that this color we need to change it to negative, okay, to negative. So that is it. So then after input decoration here, we need to style our, so we do style, we say what, up theme. So we say up theme, so up theme dot body medium, okay, body medium. So like that. So that is it. So from there, so we need now to come back to our, so this is widget capital, then build text field, we need to start using this one. So what we'll do, we need to come to our build method, so that we're gonna add the build text field, okay. So here, just below here, we need to have what, just want here to, what I do, I gonna copy this one, no, what I do here, just have build, so build what, build text field, this one. So what we need to pass it is the controller. So the controller, we want to have the username, so username controller. The label text here, we want to say it is username. Then here we need to have a validator, so we pass the, we want to validate the value that we pass. So here we need to do what, we want to check if the value it is what, it is equal to null, or if the value it is empty. If it's empty, so if it is empty, so if it is empty, we need to do what, we need to return, so we return username, so username require cannot be empty, like that. That's it. Then we need to return null, okay, so return null. So we do like that. So the next thing that we want to do, it is what, now we need to have a spacing here apart from our text field. So here we need to have a sized box, so sized box. So this one we need to have a height of spacing medium, so up theme, so up theme dot spacing medium, okay. So then we need to have a build text field, so build text field for email. So this one will be for email. Here we need to pass the email what, email controller. Then the label text, we need to say email, so like that. Then it is read only, so this one user cannot change, so just the moment they create it, that's the end of it. So then from there, the next one we need, it is sized box. So then we're gonna say height, so up theme, so up theme dot spacing what, spacing medium, like this. Then after doing that, build text field, so this is for the first name, so build text field. Here controller, we need the first name controller. Then the label text here, we want to say first name, okay. So that's it. The next one, it is what, the sized box. so sized box. So here we say what height of what, gonna say up theme. So up theme dot spacing, so spacing medium, so spacing medium. Then we need what to build the last name, so build text field, build text field, so this one. So here we need to pass the controller for the last name, last name. So that one, the label text here, it is what, last name. Okay, so like that. So after doing that, the next thing that we want to do, it is what, it is for the phone number. So just come here and we say sized box, sized box. So we're gonna say what, height. So the height here we want up theme, so up theme dot spacing, spacing small, spacing medium, not small. Then we have what, then we have the, let me remove this. So we have the lastly we need to have the update button. Okay, so first of all we need to have the phone number. So we didn't pass the phone number. Build text field, so this one. Then controller, we pass the phone number, controller. Then the label text we need to do what, to say phone number. So then after that, what we need to do it is for, so here the keyboard type, here we need to have a keyboard type. So keyboard type here we want it to be text input dot, so text input type. So this one we want to enforce this one to be phone. Okay, so that is phone number. So then from there we need the sized box, sized box. So here we need to do what, to have a height of what, so the height of space up theme, so up theme dot spacing large, so spacing large, like that. Then we do what, then we build, now we need to have a private method for building the update button. So build update, so build update button, like that. Then we pass the state, so we need to build this one. So after doing that, now we need to go and start working on the build button. So our build button, we're gonna create it here, just below here, just put it in this part. So we need to create it here. We say widget, so widget, here we say build what, build update button. So build update button, so just come here and we put it here. Then we say it's going to accept the all state, then we call it state. Okay, so here we need to do what, we need to return sized box, so sized box. So then here we need to have the width, so the width here we want it to be, to take the space available, so double dot infinity, so double dot infinity, so infinity, like that. So here after doing the infinity, so now we need to have the child, so the child here, so the child here, we want the elevated button, elevated button. So then here we have on pressed. Then we need to check the state we are, so the state, if the state is what, So if the state it is not what, so if the state it is not profile updating, if it is not profile updating, so we do what, we just need to have a private method here to update the account. Okay, so we name it update account. Okay, so this one can allow us to update account, then else null. Okay, so that is the part for that. Then we're gonna create that method. So then here for the child, so for the child we want to do what, so we need to pass what, we need to pass our we want to check if the state, so the state is what, is profile updating. So if it is updating, so we need to show the progress. With the profile updating, we need to show what, the circular progress indicator. So circular progress indicator, so circular progress indicator. Then with the color, so here color we want colors dot white. Okay, so colors dot white. Then failure to that, if it is not updating, so we just show the text. So use the text widget here, we need to show just text. Okay, so update account, so like that. Then after doing that, then you do what, we say update or not update, we need to style it. So we need to style it here. So to style it, you just say app theme. So app theme dot body medium, this one dot copy width. So here in the copy width we need to change the color. So the color we're gonna say colors dot white. So that is the part of the so make sure you put semicolon there. So then it's gonna organize your code like that. So what we need to do, it is to style our button. So this one, it is not yet styled, so we need to come here. You can come here just below on pressed, then we need to style it. So to style it, we just say what, elevated button. So elevated button. So elevated button. So button dot, we want to use the style from, so this one. So here we need to pass the background color. So background color, not builder, background color. So the background color here, so we need to say what, app theme. So app theme dot primary light. Okay, so like that. Then we have padding. So padding here we need to have edge insets dot, so edge insets dot what, symmetric. So here in the symmetric we need to pass the horizontal. So horizontal here we need to say app theme. So app theme dot spacing large, like that. Then for vertical we want it to be spacing medium. Okay, so vertical we're gonna say spacing what, app theme. So app theme dot spacing medium. Okay, spacing medium, that's it. So then you need to put a comma here. So after doing that, we need to make sure this button, so Control C, update build update button. So did we name it here? Well, build. So we need to replace this one. So the next one, it is for the updating. Okay, the one that gonna send the data to the backend. So we can come here. So when you come here, So what we need to do to create that update, so we need to say void. So this one is a void, so we're gonna return void. We say update what? Update account. So this one, update account. Then we do what? So here we need first of all to check if our form it is valid. So then validate. So validate what? Validate form. So this one we need to create this one. So like this, then we do what? We just return, okay, if it is not valid. So we need to create this validate. So this one will be just a simple method, the bool. So bool, so here we say validate. So validate form. So it checks whether our the validators that we have passed are okay. So here we just do if form key dot current state then so here we validate. So validate if it is false, so then we do what? We return true. So return true. Then else, so else we're gonna return false, okay? So we're gonna return false. So that's our method. So then after doing that, now after checking, so we need now to send our data using the BLoC, okay? So here we need to do what? We're gonna say final update params, so is equals to update what? Profile params. Okay, params, this one. So update profile params. So the first name here, we're gonna do what? So we're gonna say first name controller dot text. So then the last name, we're gonna do what? We're gonna say last name. So last name controller dot text, okay? Then the phone number. So phone number, here we say what? Phone number dot text, controller dot text. So then with now the profile image here, we want to say image changed. So if the image it is changed, if it is true, we need to pass our web image bytes, okay? So failure to that, we just pass it null. So from there, you just need to pass them to the BLoC. So context dot read, then we pass all the BLoC here. So then dot add, we need to add now the update profile event, okay? Update the event. So update profile event, then we pass our update params, okay? So update params, so that is the so this is the manage account. So what we need to do, we need now to add the manage account in our, first of all, in our drop down. So we need to come to our drop down here. So come here in your drop down, okay? So in the drop down, what will happen is that we want to come in the pass for selected. So we're gonna implement this one here. So where we have the selected, we will pass it in what? So in the pop-up, in this one. So here we need to have on. So on selected, this one. So we need to pass the string value. So string value. So what we need to do, we need to switch. Okay, so to switch between these pages, so one thing we need, it is what? Value. From the value we do what? So if the case, it is what? Manage. So manage what? Manage account. So manage account here, we need to use the what? We need to first of all to create this is case. So case here, so case like this. So here we need to now to use the service locator. So SL here, we want to use the navigation service, our navigation service that we created. So navigation service. So navigation service here, we want to push to named. Okay, so we need to add this one to our routes. Okay, so we're gonna say route names. So push named. So here we need to say route names. So route names dot profile. So this one we have not yet created. So the arguments we want to pass here, arguments. So arguments, we're gonna say it is user. Then from there just need to break. Okay, just say break. Okay, so that is it. Then we need to import our navigation service here. Then we also need to import service locator. Then we need to import the route names. Then now we go to add our manage account to our router. So to add our profile in the routers, so just need to come here. So where here in the router, so where is it? So in this part, so first of all in the route names we need to add this one for profile. So we need to have static. So static const. So static const. Here we need to have it as a string. Then we name it what? Profile. So just do like this, then you have what? Profile. Okay, so the next thing that we need, it is to add it in our router. So here we need to have a case. So the case for route names, so route names, so route names dot what? Dot profile. So here we need to do what? We need to return. First of all, before we return, we need the argument. So final user. So we need to pass this one. So settings dot arguments. So settings dot arguments as user entity. Okay, so this one we need to import it. So user entity, like that one. So then we need to return build route. So build route. So this one. So the page here we want, it is our manage what? Manage account page, that one. Then we pass our user like that, the settings like that. So then we just put semicolon here. So that is our manage account. So where we want to test our application. So you need now to run it. So just open terminal. So I will do Flutter run. So Flutter run in the Chrome like that. So let us wait so that it will run, then we continue working on. Now we test, then now we plan how to do the other features. So as you can see, our application, it is running. So what we need to do, we need to open our browser. So that is Chrome here. Then we open the project there. So here we need to test it. So first of all, we pass our password, our our email, so general, the one that we created using the super user admin. Okay, so gmail.com, so like that. Then we do what, the other part here, we need to pass our password, the one that we created using the super user admin. Okay, so that is the user that we want them to access this endpoint, so this part of the application. So let us wait for it to log in. So you can see we are in dashboard screen. So here you can see currently we don't have anything in the manage account, so we just need to open our manage account. So what we've been working on, it is the sidebar. So this sidebar, so we're gonna put our sidebar items here, then we're gonna do what, so this one will expand when you click there, and it will collapse when you click there, then expand when you click here. So then when you do what, when you collapse, you can be able to see this part, the tooltip, so this one. So after doing that, now we need to test if our manage account it's working. So one thing we need is to add our image. So I'm gonna pick one from my computer. So here what I'll do, I just pick a random one. So I'm gonna pick mine, so like this, then we pass it there. So after doing that, now as you can see we have this image here. Then we need to add the first name. So first name here gonna say John, so John. Then here John Doe, so we're gonna say John Doe, like that. So then the phone number, we pass a random number, so like this. So then we're gonna update account. Okay, so let us wait and see the response. So as you can see, we have created the account, we have updated our account, then we have the name and we have the image here. Okay, so then we have what, our manage account. So before we, as you can see, we have everything that we have updated. Even when you go to the backend, it is there. So the next thing that we need to do, it is how to log out. So the moment we are logging out, we need to pass here something. So let us go and add this one here. Okay, in this drop down. Okay, so let us go and we do that part, then we come to test it. So that we're gonna implement the logout, it will be an easy thing. So what we need to do, it is just to call the logout event. So where do we want to call it? We have this one in the profile drop down. Okay, so we have this one, profile drop down. So currently we are just navigating to the manage account. So in the case where, so this value, so this is what we are passing here as the value. Okay, so this is what we're gonna use. The moment we want to implement even the change password, we just call this value in our cases. So now we want to call this for logout. So what we'll do here, it is just to have a case here. Just come here below and say the case, then you say logout. So like this, then you're gonna do what? So in this case, you just come here and you just call what? So here we only need to trigger logout, so we don't need to navigate to any place. So because the app.dart will handle the navigation automatically when the state changes. Okay, so here just say context, pass the context here, then you need to read our auth block. So auth block, like that. Then you need to do what? We need to say add, we need just to add what? Our logout. So our logout event. Okay, so like that. So we do it like this, then we need to import them. So our auth block, so you need to import them. So let us first of all import this, so that the read will come from the Flutter BLoC. It seems like it is not getting it, so what we need to do, just need to come here, we say import, so import package, so in our stylish admin, so /, we want to go to the features. So in the features we have the auth, so auth like this, then we have what, our presentation, so presentation like this, then we have the BLoC, so then we import our auth BLoC, okay, auth BLoC like that, .dart. So that is our auth BLoC. The other part for now, for what, for read, so read will come from the package, gonna say package, so this one we want to come from the Flutter BLoC, so Flutter BLoC, this one, then we import like that. So that's it. So the error disappears. So what we need to do, as you come here in this part for in our terminal here, so we send our image like this one, so this is the bytes for that image, okay. So after doing that, the state changed, so as you can see we did that, we sent this and that, okay, then we got the response of this. So what we need to do is that now we need to hot reload or hot restart. So then we need to go to the, so let us wait for it to restart. So the moment we restart, automatically it should go back to our dashboard, because we have implemented saving our tokens, okay. So let us wait for it to restart. So it seems like it's taking some time. So the moment we are developing this application, so as you can see, we are calling, first of all, we are calling the check auth status that we passed in the what, in the main.dart. So this one will just check the auth status. So currently you can see it is what, it starts with the current state, it is initial, then next state, that auth loading, then from there it changes to current state, then next it is here, then we have what, we have a user, so we just go like that. Then we need to go, now let us open there and then we log out, okay. So we need to go to our Chrome. So here in our Chrome, as you can see, we just need to have in this part here for John Doe, we just do what, you have this button, you just click it, then it will log out, okay. So it is simple as that, logging out like that. So what we need to do, let me go back to the Visual Studio Code. So here, as you can see, all the state changes, so from authenticated to unauthenticated, okay. So just, even if you hot restart, it will just go back to the unauthenticated. The reason being that we cleaned our tokens, so the moment you log out, so that is it. So that is the part for the manage account, but still you can do a lot. You can decide to implement the password change, you can try that. Then you can also try to add more fields that you want to design the way you want to improve it. So this one is a good blueprint that you can start there. So because I've explained everything that you need to know the moment you are doing this. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to go now to start working on the backend for the part of now handling the admin dashboard. Then we start working on them, okay. So let us go and we start working on it.